stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
They can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Brick by brick, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. breathe my breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
Tomorrow will never be the same. There is so much hope in our hearts. Breath by breath, we shall overcome and walk right into a new start.
Stars, they can tell you stories which are brighter than yesterday. The streets have never been so quiet. The squirrels found a new hideaway.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Global Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all the viewers of Healing Our Earth. I'm your host, Amrita Sharma, and I'll be taking you to another journey of this week's episode, which is based on organ donation awareness in UK and India. Organ donation episode is specially being produced by the South Asian Health Action as well as the Rotary E-Club Organ Donation UK. And in today's episode, we will be talking and discussing and knowing the experiences of a lot of experts, recipients, donors, and the organizers, as well as all those people who are working really hard to spread this awareness at the back. But before that, let's start with Gayatri Mantra. Om Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yona Prachodayam Om Bhurbhuvaswaha Tatsaviturvarenyam भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ भूर्भुवस्वः तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यम् भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो यो न प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति. As we start our today's episode with again a new topic and a discussion which is so important in everybody's life. Life, a very short alphabet and a word comprising of LIFE, but comprises of a lot of stuff that has an immense experience in itself, and it's itself a very big journey. And therefore, in this journey of life, when sometimes this fast-pacing life takes a quick break, it gives us a big question: what are we, and what is our identity of being a human being, and what is the purpose of living life? Sometimes these experiences hold us back and make us so much aware about these kind of inquisitive questions that we keep holding in the subconscious level of our mind, but they never come until and unless something strikes up very hard. And that is why sometimes these experiences hold us to that level that we realize, no, life is not just about eating, drinking, making merry, but it's much more than experiencing. It's much more about giving. It's much more about sharing. And that's what we hold the ethics, the real qualities of being a human being. And that kind of courage that comes within us, which may or may not be there all the time, but might be achieved by the help, support of so many people around who can be just like the angels of God at that time. And that's why in today's episode, where we are talking about awareness of organ donation, what is happening in India and how the things are working in United Kingdom. Today's episode exclusively talks about to appreciate the hard work, the courage of the donors, and also appreciate the courage of the recipients to kickstart their life again and start from the zero, where the life was in few milliseconds, starting from minutes and then coming up to years and living long. And for this, I very happily would like to invite Kirit Mistry ji from United Kingdom. Kirit is a founder of SAHA South Asian Health Action United Kingdom. He is a charter president of Rotary E-Club of Organ Donation United Kingdom and past president of Rotary Club Organ Donation India. Global namaste and a very warm welcome, Kirit ji. You are unmute. Yes,
Global
please.
Namaste. Thank you, Mr. G. It's
Global
great to be with you, and also a topic which is very dear to my heart. And also, we've done many of awareness, so we continue this journey to raise awareness of organ donation.
Yes, and you've been doing a very beautiful job. In fact, I would say to bring awareness among people, to make them know about that things are much more beyond just earning money and having the merry, but then much more the life can be very beautiful by doing certain deeds which are itself a marvelous deed to be done if given an opportunity and taken as an opportunity as well.
That's correct. We think a lot about money, but we also don't think about life and what precious life can we give is
Yeah.
donating an organ when we're in a position to do so. So, and today we'll hear from a number of people who've had the journey of getting a transplant, being a donor, and it's just fortunate that some of the people we'll hear from today. We've just had in UK, we've had the British Transplant Games, which is hosted every year, and this was all people from Great Britain competing in various sports. And then 2 weeks later, I was fortunate to be in Germany for the World Transplant Games, where I was privileged to be with Team India, and met quite a lot of the recipients and donors who did amazing. So I will not steal their thunder. They will share the what they did and the successes. But most importantly, what we need to understand from our communities is that as South Asian or people from the Indian diaspora or Pakistan or other diasporas, we are more, because of the health conditions we suffer with, we are more likely to position to be in need of an organ than in a position to donate. And that's kind of something that we will explore as we go through today as well.
Absolutely. And it is, in fact, really, it comes up to be a stage where suddenly something happens in your running life, and then you land a bit of the situation that this kind of knowledge, lack of this knowledge sometimes can be very fatal. And this, at the same time, if more awareness and more education about this is being spread, people might be able to help and guide people at that stage where they really are at the verge of a need to sustain these things.
That's correct. And obviously, at the moment in the UK, we have over 8,000 people waiting for a transplant. And then since we've had the law change in May 2020, we've seen a decline of people donating. So we really need to have those conversations in the UK, but also learning from India as well. But in the UK, we are now automatically donors. We're going to be automatically organ donors unless we opt out. And that's the message that we need to have the conversations with our families and our next of kin to make sure that they do the honorable thing of their wishes of their loved one to donate if they wish to. And that's something that we're seeing a decline. We're not seeing many of our, when it comes to the stage of when you would have had to die in ICU, and that's the time when families are already losing their loved ones or lost their loved ones. It's a difficult emotional time, but that's the time when conversations take place. And you'll hear from Alice, who's one of our special nurses, who has the conversation to say your family member, your loved one, was on the organ donor register and their wishes to donate. But then we've seen a lot of people refuse their loved one's decisions. So I think what we need to do is think about it from the point of view that if you are needing an organ, would you take it? I'm sure you would. So you should also think about doing the honorable thing when you go and donate whatever organ is a good that you can do. And luckily over the years, I've come across a lot of barriers from our own communities using religion as a taboo or an excuse to say it's forbidden within the religion. So I've had to create different campaigns, the Hindu, Sikh, Muslim Embraces Organ Donation campaign, to start the dialogue and start having conversations to say, where does it say within our holy scriptures or books that we can't donate? It says we should help save lives. We have to do the right thing. It's selfless service. So where does it say we can't? And that's where it's only by having those conversations we are able to change people's minds.
Yeah, absolutely true. Neither does the scriptures, right? And nor does organs differ. The heart that beats in me, the same heart beats in you, and same heart beats in millions and millions of people all over. And the same stomach we all have that keep growling for the food, and the same liver that metabolizes everything. And that is why the need to understand these things, to go beyond that level of the stereotypic thinking, um, the kind of stereotypes we all make in the societies for no reasons, and where do these grounds come from, nobody knows about it. But then to make people aware about it. I would say it is like a mind opening for an individual that makes people and children realize that there's something beyond this, where we don't segregate ourselves just on the basis of religion and communities, but go beyond and just think about one religion, which is humanity, which is not with any of the bars.
Exactly.
Yes, and let's welcome our founder and director, Neil Kumar. Global Namaste, and a very warm welcome, Neil Kumar.
Global namaste to you, Amrita. Global namaste to Kirit. What a wonderful outreach we are doing with this kind of episode with organ donations. Kirit, you know much about UK where we are governed by NHS. What is the opt-out system and what is the family's role in it?
So, as I said, since May 2020, the law changed here in the UK. So in England, Scotland, Wales, we've had a change of law where from a opt-out to becoming an opt-in system. So basically, we are automatically going to be donating unless we don't want to, and we have to opt out. So that's the law change. In terms of the family is important because even though we're going to be with the law change, the family still has the last decision. They can make the decision at the time. So again, what we're trying to do, and we're urging people that don't opt out, because obviously you never know when you're going to need an organ yourself. And secondly, it's important to look at it's after death that you can donate with the law change, but also while you're living, your family members or you may need a living kidney donation or a liver transplant, and that can be done through a living person. So that's what's the change since 2020. But what we've seen is a number of declines of people refusing their loved ones' decisions. As a result, we are wasting these organs that could have helped save other people's lives who are waiting. As I said, we have 8,000 people currently in the UK waiting for a transplant. Those people will continue to wait longer. And the other thing I would certainly tell our communities and the viewers is that somebody from an Asian or a Black population background are going to wait 3 times longer for a transplant because there is not enough people donating. So as a result, they will wait on the register, and that register could, for a kidney transplant, on average, one of our Paolo we had on the show last year, he waited for 4 years before he got his transplant for his kidney, and again that continues the waiting list, and we'll hear from Bharti Ben later in terms of her journey of waiting for a kidney transplant. We'll hear from our recipients from India as well. But from the UK context, the message is simple: is that have those conversations and then do the right thing and honor your loved ones' wishes.
So, Kirit, you mentioned that the South Asian population and the Afro-Caribbean population has to wait 3 times. It could also be because percentage ratio is much lesser because the indigenous population is so big here, over 85%. So chances of getting an organ transplant must be much higher, but we'll discuss that bit later.
Sure.
Now, we talked about we will be talking about India. We talked about UK, which is beautiful. Maybe it's an appropriate time to go to Europe and find out what's happening in Europe. And if you could introduce the next person, carry it over to you and Amrita.
Thank you. So, Global Officer Aisha. Aisha was privileged to meet Aisha only a month or 6 weeks ago in Oxford at the British Transplant Games. Aisha's will tell her story in terms of why she's doing what she's doing, but sadly, from a journey of a family journey where her mother, couldn't get a transplant and suffered with kidney disease, and she since then I met her in Oxford and then in Germany again, promoting and raising awareness. So really, Aisha's a lovely person who does a lot of work in the community, but also raising awareness, and she'll talk more about what she's done through her Family Matters journey as well. But it's great to have you on Healing Our Earth, and excited for you to tell the viewers all the wonderful work you've been doing, but also why you're doing it and the importance of it as well.
Thank you so much. What a wonderful introduction. It's really great to have been invited today. And Vara, I think you did really, Rita, I think you did a really good prayer at the beginning. And I think the way that you've both introduced this episode is really poignant. So thank you so much for having me. I'm neither a transplant recipient person or come from a family who's been at the receiving end, nor am I from a family where we donated an organ. In fact, in my case, my mother, Answer, was waiting for a kidney transplant for 10 years and was on dialysis. And that's why I wanted to come and tell the story, because I think it's only through storytelling and sharing our stories worldwide that we can listen to what each other has to say and learn from it, because it's fantastic to hear transplants are taking place and recipient families without those donor families, the recipient families wouldn't be in the position to live a completely different life. But you were talking about life being such a short word. I was like, that's so true. LIFE. But it's like the word, the dash in the middle. You've got your birth date, you've got your end date, and it's the bit in the middle. That's life. That's what life is. It's what you do with it. And if we can do something selfless and something to raise awareness and bring awareness to a topic that really affects not just us as a diaspora, regardless of where we live in the world, it actually affects everyone. And exactly like you said, Emery, so when you open up someone, no one's going to say, what color is that heart? Where in the world did that liver come from? Everyone is the same. We are one. And that's what brings us together, this global connectivity. So I'm really happy to be here. And it just really warms my heart that we're having this conversation today. I did put a presentation together, and I'm just wondering, Kirit, should I bring it up?
Please do. You've got obviously
Yes.
it'd be good to share that, and you can
Okay.
you're a co-host as well. So
All right. I'll do my best. Oh, here we go. There we go. Oh, I'm going to press share. This is exciting. Can you all see that?
yes, if you can put it
Yeah,
on
can you
slide.
maximize?
Is it this one?
Slideshow. Slideshow.
Slideshow. Right.
Go.
From the beginning?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, look, there we go.
Perfect.
That's right, isn't it? Okay.
Yes.
I'll try to not take ages because we have a lot of really interesting people here today to listen to. But I'm just going to tell my story briefly. My name is Aisha. I'm a Chowdhury, and Chowdhury is a very global name. People from different backgrounds have that surname, just like Smith in England is a very common surname, as is Schmidt in Germany, where I live now. And that's where I met Kirit, who is doing such great work. I think the Rotary Club is really good. I've got to meet Anil in Dresden as well, and also him and his wife in Berlin just by chance, all through Kirit. So thank you for connecting us. It doesn't matter where we live. 6 degrees of separation, it brought us together. So I'm a Chowdhury. My name is Aisha, and my parents, yeah, of course, you start with your parents. You thank them for giving birth to you, because without them, we wouldn't be here. But my father, he was born in India. His name was Ajaz, and my mother's name was Answer, and she was born in Pakistan after the partition of India. And after that, because of the tensions, my family, my dad's family moved to the UK, and my mother's family moved to Kuwait. So I grew up in a very intercultural household, speaking and listening to Arabic, Urdu and Punjabi, and a little bit of Hindi, depending on who came through the door and visited. And I think this is a really great thing. The only bit that's not good is I can't really speak those languages, but I can certainly understand a little bit here or there. So my parents, they met and they married and they lived in the UK. And then when I was a teenager, my mother was diagnosed with renal failure, which meant her kidneys stopped working, because with all the organs that we all have, there are 7 that you can donate, and the kidneys are the one organ where you only need one to survive. So if anyone wants to be a living donor out there, now's your chance, because you can still survive with the other. And there's so many technological medical advances taking place, because I work in the world of patents, intellectual property anyway. There's so much advancement happening that it's not just through living organs that we're trying to keep people alive, but it's also through other means. But we're not quite there yet. But I say have no fear and just be good and be selfless. So think about the option with kidneys. You only need one to survive. But it's also that one organ, unlike the others, where you have to have not just the right blood group, but the right tissue type. So in that case, when my mother was 39, actually, she was diagnosed with kidney failure, and I was 14 going on 15 years old at the time, as was my twin sister. And that meant my mother spent, of those 10 years, there's two different forms of dialysis. She was on CAPD for about 6 years, and then she was on hemodialysis, which is very bloody and it filters your blood. She was on that for the remaining number of years. And the problem was in our community, the South Asian community, she needed an organ. And it's not a topic that people like to talk about because it's a taboo topic. People don't like to talk about things like death and taxes, but they also don't like to talk about organs because it's something that makes people feel uncomfortable. We don't want people to feel uncomfortable, do we? No, we don't. So my mother and father, Answer and Giles, they spent 20 years living together very happily until my mother got kidney failure, which does not mean they lived unhappily. It just meant life changed for everyone. As you can see from the picture on the left, I'm hoping it's your left, this is what my mum looked like when she was diagnosed with kidney failure. Healthy and happy and celebrating a birthday with her twin daughters. I do have two brothers as well, by the way, one older and one younger. And on the other side, you can see, I'm hoping that my screen isn't blocking this. Is this blocking anything? I can't quite tell, but there you go. So you can see here, my mother was, unfortunately, she'd been on dialysis for like 10 years. And just there is 6 years in when she had to have what's called a fistula here attached to her neck. And you can see that her body had become quite weary and it had deteriorated a lot. So even though she was being kept alive with dialysis, because that's what keeps you alive when you're waiting for a kidney transplant, her body was facing its toll because of what she needed, which was a healthy organ. And for us, we spent a number of years trying to figure out how to do that. Mum spent 10 years on dialysis. We did try to be living donors for her. But like I said, with kidneys, you have to be the right blood tissue type. And so even though we were the right blood group, we were not the right tissue type. And that was really gutting because we thought, hey, we're family, we can help you. But as it turned out, we couldn't. And so that made everything, turned everything upside down because it meant we didn't really know what that meant, actually. We just knew that mum needed an organ. So she watched 3 out of her 4 children graduate. My twin sister and I went on to become barristers. My younger brother, Ali, became a solicitor. My older brother became a teacher. And my dad, he was a civil engineer working at the airport in London, but then for a while in Saudi Arabia, Middle Eastern country. And my mum ran the corner shop with him because a lot of Asians, because I think, Neil, you were talking earlier about the pool of availability, really, which is that the number of people in the UK who are from a South Asian background isn't as high as obviously where many people originally were from, which is India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, those sorts of countries where the number of people who are actually from that background is a lot higher. And that meant that trying to find a donor for her within the UK was going to be really difficult because the number of people that wanted to donate was just simply not high enough. 2 weeks before my mum turned 50, us twins had our 25th birthday party. And it was really, really great because she looked really good there. However, it was like the last celebration because just after that, my mum, she had a mitral valve deficiency. So one of her valves on her heart, because your body is struggling a lot, it started to fail. And that's when things turned for the worst. And unfortunately, after her 10 years on dialysis, she lost her fight for life. I'm saying this with a sort of very upbeat attitude and approach because we come into the world, we leave the world, and we don't know what's going to happen in between, but it is what it is. What's happened has happened. And my mum lost her fight for life. And it was absolutely devastating. We were with her when that happened. We were with her till the very last moment. And in fact, during that time, she was given 12 units of blood because her blood group was a rare blood group. It was B rhesus negative. And we were asked during that time, a bit like families are asked exactly at the worst moment, you know, your loved one has passed away, would you be okay to have their organs donated or be considered for donation? Because take 1,500 people, maybe 1 or 2 might be actual suitable matches for an organ. And this is why we want to raise awareness to say, please think about it and be selfless, because in the end, not many organs can actually be used for donation anyway. But yeah, they asked us, would you be okay if we stopped giving your mother the blood? Which doesn't mean we will stop, but it just means she's dying anyway. So if you would consider it, we would really be able to use it for someone who is going to survive and live. And it's not the same as being asked, would you be willing to donate that loved one's organs that's just passing away or has passed away? But it's a similar feeling where you're presented with a very uncomfortable question and you don't really want to be asked it, but you kind of know in the back of your mind and in your heart of hearts, it's not going to bring mum back to keep giving her this blood. And it's the same sort of concept with organ donation, which is, yeah, they're going to ask you in the UK, they ask you, when someone's passed away, would you consider it? And they usually do it when the person's passed away because maybe you didn't have that conversation when they were alive and you could have talked about living donation. So this is a slide of me and my mum on the front cover because she used to do katak dancing. And me, what I did was I wrote a book. It's called Family Matters. I don't know if you can see it, but that's the slide. You probably can't see it because I've blurred out the back of my screen. Oh, there we go. You can see it on the screen. But I wrote this book because I really wanted to tell the story of how awful it is as a family waiting for a transplant and to say, okay, why did I call it Family Matters? I called it that for a number of reasons. I called it that because family matters above all. It's your loved ones that actually matter most of all. I think we all know that. The topic of organ donation is a family matter, and often it isn't talked about outside of the family. So it's time that we did start talking about it outside of the family. And that's why we're having this talk today, this episode. And that's why we should all go away and tell 3 people before we go to bed. Look, I was on a call today. We talked about organ donation. Have you thought about it? Let me tell you about it. I heard someone today talk about a book she's written. Her name's Aisha. And it made me realize, even if in Aisha's case, her mum didn't get a transplant, it's still a topic that's worth talking about because there just aren't enough people donating. And the number of people that need a kidney or an organ has gone up, and the number of people that are willing to donate has gone down. So let's try and change that. Let's try and do something good. Doesn't cost money. Just requires a bit of thought. Not to say you have to do this, but to say, have a think about it. Please talk to each other. And the last reason I called it Family Matters, Kirit mentioned this earlier, is because it's absolutely, you're on the organ donor register automatically in the UK. In Germany, you have to actually actively register yourself onto the organ donor register. However, it's actually the family that has the final say and says, in the end, what they want, which unfortunately leads to them saying, no, I don't want to have my loved one's organs donated, even if they're automatically on the register, even if they've registered their intent because they didn't tell me. So that's why it's really important to have this kind of conversation so that, while you're alive and well, so that people don't feel like it's an uncomfortable topic and they won't kind of put in a funny corner just when the time was the worst and most uncomfortable when their loved one was lying there, unfortunately having passed away. I hope that my book helps spread the message that organ donation is really important. You should talk to your families about it and tell them what your wishes are. I'm getting the book translated it's in English already. I'm getting it translated into Arabic, which is done. I'm working on Urdu and hopefully Hindi. And I'm hoping that is then available globally because there are 8 billion people on this planet. So surely if someone reads it, it will make a difference because after reading it, they'll hear my story and say, wow, okay, it didn't work out for Aisha and her family, but it means I'm going to have something to think about. I want my voice to be heard. I want my story to be told. I want to listen to your stories too. And I'm hoping that by making the book available, that people can then buy it and then have it distributed into places that are useful, where it's worth reading. So whether that's in your community, in your library, your staff room, at schools, for patients. When I was at the British Transplant Games, it was the first time I'd ever attended because I didn't even know they existed. People came over and said, thank you for writing about how awful it was, because even though we've received our transplants, no one writes about how awful it was or how hard it was waiting. And I'm hoping by this sort of conversation that we're having right now, or listening to each other, that our voices send a message to everyone out there that we go on and talk to about it, and we enter into dialogue and then get people to change their minds or to do something about it, which is to think about donating your organs. So if you are able to, support any of what I've been talking about, whether it's to help get the book translated or if you are interested in a copy, here's how you can do it. I think Kirit might make the slide available later. Take a photo of that. If you want to drop me an email, happyaisha@hotmail.com if you want me to come and talk online, because I'm living in Germany. It's a bit difficult to get across to other countries at the moment. Then yeah, let me know. And I'm hoping that it will make a difference. I've got a couple of feedback slides here, but I think the one I really want to show you is actually the one from my uncle, because it's the uncles and aunties. We all want our children or uncles and aunties and our parents all want their children to go on and become doctors, don't they? But when it comes to actually, would you be the one, if you needed an organ, would you donate? Often they say no. Well, it surprised me that my uncle, who's 80, he's the one that wrote this message to me and said, look, I've read your book. I've clicked on all of the facts and figures and the footnotes, and I've checked everything to check that what you're writing is correct. But this is what I wrote to my family. And basically it was saying, look, if any of my bits are useful when I die, I want them to be donated. So that means that words do have impact, and I'm just going to try and exit this, and we can make a difference. So there we go. I hope that that was enlightening, and that you feel that something rested and sat in your heart from what I've said. And that's me. My name's Aisha, and yeah, thank you for listening. If you have any questions, let me know.
Aisha, what we're going to do? You're going to be around for a while, aren't you? Are you going to be with us for because I just need to ensure. I've got to take Hetal next because she has an urgent commitment, and then we'll kind of come back to you with any questions if that's okay. Yeah, brilliant. So can we bring Hetal Mystery on as well? Amrita Hetal, we've had her before.
Yes.
So Global Hetal.
Hi, namaste everyone. Thank you for having me. And Aisha, I think you're doing a brilliant job. That's amazing. I wish this book was present when I was going through my process. So I've had a double lung transplant. It's been 8 years in August. Post-transplant, my life has just changed for the best, if I'm honest. So I suffer from cystic fibrosis, which is why I needed my lung transplant. And I knew for me the future would be lung transplant, but you don't think about it until the time comes. So I thought, yeah, that's still in the future. So my lung had collapsed a couple of times, and the surgeons temporarily stuck it up. I had another option of stapling my lungs together, which didn't sound great. And they said, if we staple your lung, you know, the option of lung transplant isn't for you. So then obviously naturally I thought, yes, okay, I'll have to get on the transplant register. So they asked me to get fit first, get my energy back, put on weight, do what I usually do, which is go to the gym. I've always done that. I was at the gym with oxygen, and I still wanted a holiday. I thought I can't fly with oxygen, but I went on a cruise, did what I had to do. I thought, no, I need to do this just in case, you know, I don't get my match. So I got on the transplant. Very lucky, fortunate for me, I got a match, my first call, especially with my blood group. Again, it's rare, B positive, good ring to it. Yeah, I got my match literally a month. The lady, I found out it's a female, not Asian background, she's Caucasian, she's white, which is, no, you know, that's great. I don't mind as long as I get my transplant. They did say she's a few years older than you. You know, they give you very brief information. They don't tell you when you're going through the processes after. So when I did ask, they did say just years difference, and is it immediate death? Which means for me, I'm thinking, okay, you know, all organs are working. It just means sudden accident. That's how I saw it. That's what I was told at the time, and I went for it. Success, touch wood. And as they tell all the recipients, you got, you know, 1 year, first 5 years, you got to be cautious of this, that, the other. I always have, and still am 8 years in. Since then, I've been doing what you guys do, not to your level as well, which is raising awareness for organ donation. I've been to a couple of the current stalls and doing laboratory events. I do speak on stage. I've done it a few times, just raising awareness as much as I can. And it's like you said, the conversation of the organ donation, you know, being a donor is a taboo subject. I've been to the gym doing this, and obviously with people's ethnic backgrounds and their beliefs. And that's when I do question them, like you mentioned before, Kira, is, well, if you needed it, would you have it? Would you have it for your parent if they needed it? And that makes them think twice. Yes, actually, you're right. But again, they don't sign up, but it's something they can think about. They don't have to sign up, you know, it's totally up to them, but it gives them, you know, an afterthought to think about when they go home. So and like you said, everyone's an organ donor now, unless they opt out, which is great. But again, yes, it's great to a certain extent. They don't have that conversation. Obviously, the organs are not given to someone else to save someone else's life. So it's a gift of life, and that gift, is going strong for me at the moment, because I am, touch wood, I'm doing well. I am going to the gym still. I try to go 3 to 4 times a week, and I do Pilates, I do badminton. I did the transplant games 4 years in a row now. I've been doing that. I've been playing badminton there for the games. I've done running and other sports as well. And I'm not a runner, but I try to take part in another sport. So this is something I couldn't have done before. Obviously, not the games, but in general, I couldn't be as active as I am now. So yes, I used to go to the gym, but for me, before transplant was chest infections, nebulizers, physiotherapy, because my lungs used to be clogged up with phlegm quite a lot, difficult breathing. I was in and out of hospital. That for me now has changed. I'm on, obviously, you all know, number of meds, those that have had transplant, number of meds. For me, it's like changing one illness, swapping illness to another illness, which is obviously, yes, I've got the great gift of life, but I've also got other organ issues at the moment. One of them is kidney. I am stage 3 kidney disease, so I've got to keep an eye on mine as well at the moment. So yeah, I'm still doing my best to live my life every day. Very fortunate. Make the most of the gift that I've got. Raise awareness when I can, when I have the opportunity, like today. And still traveling and just making the most of life at the moment. And like, that book is amazing. And I might, I'll try and give that a read as well. I'll probably purchase that at some point. And I will also recommend that book to someone else I know. So recently, with my social media, I do raise awareness. Recently, I've had another girl who's reached out to me. She's local Leicester. She does travel for work to America. Her partner's from there. So she does travel quite a lot now. Her health is deteriorating. She needs a transplant. I forgot what illness she's suffering from, but she needs lung transplant. So she found me on social media. We just happened to be next door. I've spoken to her a couple of times. I've seen her once. She's gone back to America. So she's lucky for her. She's got that choice of, do I get it done in America or do I do it in England, where my family is in Leicester? So she's in between at the moment. So I'm trying to support her as well. So it's good to raise awareness in different means as well. I think it's brilliant. And I am going to do Navratri in the next couple of weeks. Doing a stall there with Kirit's aware of that. So I've got a bit of a 5-minute slot on stage at my community centre, which is great. We have approximately anything between 600 to 800 people come weekend. You're talking about 1,000 people, so that'd be great, raising awareness then. That's all I can say at the moment. So yes, it has changed my life for the positive, for the best. I can do more than what I could do before.
Great, thank you.
Over to you, Kirit. Thank you.
Thank you. It was thank you for sharing that journey of yours, and obviously you've told people about what you can do. Life after transplant is what you've been doing in terms of, but you also were very active anyway in terms of going to the gym even prior to your transplant. So that's a really important message about.
Yeah. I forgot to mention, I also do work as well. I work full time. It hasn't stopped me from working. I was working in a school before transplant, and that's one thing they did say, maybe change that, because as we all know, little children with bugs, infections, etc. And obviously me after transplant being vulnerable. So yeah, I've changed my profession and I've been working and I'm enjoying work, 5 days a week, enjoying it, and I've got the flexibility. But yeah, and like Karen said, I used to go to the gym before and it still continued and never stopped me.
Great. So I think that's good. And our next contributor, Bartiben, she's going to be supporting you at the Navratri event. She's also from Leicester, so it's good to have her support as well. And one last question, really, in terms of how long did you wait for your transplant?
I was very fortunate, if I'm honest. So a month for me, Wow. Like I said, B positive, my blood group. It's rare. Like you're either, it'll be you first, or you'd be, if that group ever comes, then you'd have to wait, you know. And again, at my hospital with my condition, I knew another girl who's next door to me. She was waiting on the list a long time. So when I got that call, you know, part of me is like, okay, you know, I went for it. And then as soon as I found it on Facebook, I thought, oh my goodness, she's still waiting. Sadly, she didn't make it. She was still on the waiting list. She never made it. And, you know, and I did feel a bit guilt, but there's nothing obviously we can do. She was waiting for long. She was, okay, she was white. She wasn't Asian. So for any ethnic backgrounds, you know, you have to wait. But obviously with the BAME, with us, it's a lot longer. But again, with my blood groups, I was fortunate. Obviously having another Asian person's lungs in me, but they said it would be ideal, more beneficial, but I'm still here. I'm still breathing.
Great. That's good. Amritaji, do you want to just, do you have anything you'd like to add to or say to Hetal? Or any questions?
First of all, I would like to, I don't know what to say, Hetal, actually. I think you are among those people who are sources of inspiration, and for people to make them realize how important it is to live the life rather than to go for other materialism. And living life at its best is so, so important. And another very important thing which I came to know from you was like that the lifestyle is so important, I think. What you are sustaining ultimately after all the meds and everything is your better lifestyle, in which sports, athletics, keeping up well, staying positive, adding up the value to life through various means is one of the primary things, which is very beautiful, in fact. And I would like to wish you all the best for this, and stay positive, take care of yourself, and help others. I think helping others will give you more energy, because then you become a superior power who's healing the other powers. So, which in turn is very, very very, very nice, actually. So, best wishes.
Thank you.
Hetal, thank you. I know you need to shoot, but just in terms of Dr. Amrita, she's also does a lot of natural kind of, she from an Ayurvedic background, but also natural healing and lots of yoga, meditation. So sometimes the natural elements will also help in terms of not, you know, the medication is one, but the natural healing powers. So it's good to have Amrita ji.
My mother is also with a chronic kidney disease, with a lot of other things. She's a cancer survivor, but this is what I face in everyday life as well. And so I can very well experience the challenges that you have faced. But it is good to, you know, help people and to guide them, because there are many that needs a lot of hands for themselves. Actually. So very well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Hetal. We'll catch up soon. Global Namaste.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Global Namaste.
Namaste.
I'm saying we're going to bring our next Bharti Ben, who's also a person who's lived with kidney disease, and you know, she's had a couple of transplants as well. So, but also very, very passionate about raising awareness here in the community. So, I think we have got Bharti Ben here.
Yes. Yeah, hi, Kiwi. Hi.
Kindly
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
switch on your video, please.
Yeah, I know I'm trying to, but I've got my Samsung Galaxy A71, and it always been, the video has been giving me troubles. So I've tried, but sorry, you know, I'm unable to switch my video on. I apologize for not switching it on. I need to go on setting, and this will take me longer. But next time when we'll have awareness within our group, I'm sure I'll sort it out. But with the help of Kirit, which has been really helpful with all of us in our community, we'll work out together and switch the video next time when we'll have the session. I do apologize, but I couldn't share the video with you lot, which I would love to, which I would not, you know, want to know my faces with others, which I can share it. But I do apologize for this time, Kirit.
Not to worry. We do have technical challenges sometimes. So just tell us a bit about your journey with kidney
Sure,
disease and
sure,
how long and when you got your first
sure,
transplant. And yeah,
sure.
so,
Yeah, sure, sure. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share with others and giving my awareness, which will probably help and help me as well, especially which you mentioned about being healthy without the medicine, I'm really interested, and I'll talk to you about this later. But I'll start with my journey, which started in 1995, which I was very young children at that time. And I didn't know anything about, I've never been to the doctors or never had any medication before in my whole life. I've never seen the doctors. But at one stage, my kids were, having too many flus and having antibiotics, which I wasn't very happy about it. So what I did was go to the private Dr. Suniti, which Kirit might know her. That was quite a few years ago back. And then I had my private treatment with my children, having, all this. Why they're having too many antibiotics and why they're having flus, anything. And they says, let me check your blood pressure. And she started to give me awareness of my high blood pressure and refer it to my GP, which I did. And the GP was very concerned because each week they started me, yeah, just keeping eye on my blood pressure, which was high. So a few weeks I went to the doctors, and still with the medication, I had free medication to control my blood pressure, which did control. So I had I've started on free medication to keep my blood pressure down, which even though with the medication did go down. So they referred me to nephrologist, which was my kidney, and then they started to investigate. And then I had my biopsy with the kidney, which they says, my kidney wasn't working very well. So since then, I've started to go into the hospital every now and then to check up how my kidney was doing. But to be honest, I didn't feel anything different, even though my kidney was deteriorating, to find any with the health issues, which was really giving me any problem. I was working full time. I was looking after my children. I woke up at 4 o'clock in the morning, doing my office job, credit control, so many other jobs. And all of a sudden, they says now, your kidney is really deteriorating to 8, which is going down to 8%. And then even, I was fine, no swelling, nothing at all. So I was wondering why, they're saying my kidneys so, but I left it all to the specialist consultant, everyone. So then what happened was, they says, it's time for you to go on dialysis. So I says, oh, that's fine. So they were going to put me on hemodialysis, which was, I needed a fistula. So they tried a fistula, which they failed, which it didn't work. And it was Dr. Doman. And then they says, oh, we'll try another one, having fistula, which they did it on my left arm. The first one was around the wrist, and the second was around my, upper arm. And that failed as well. So they didn't have anything, they didn't have anything else which they can solve. So what they say that we can put you on CAPD, peritoneal dialysis, and then that will work out for you better. So I says, okay, that was fine. But as soon as they put me on the list of the transplant, within a few, I think it was just about to go on dialysis. As soon as they put me on the list of kidney, transplant, within a month, with the God blessing and the God really gifted, I had my kidney transplant without going on dialysis. And I had somebody, who donated the kidney. It was deceased donor who was matched me fine because at that time I was young. And since then I was so well, I was doing so well without going any hospitals, staying hospital. I had no infection. Everything went so well till it lasted me 17 years. And in 2012, my kidney started to deteriorate slowly, slowly, slowly. And again, it went right on to 10 and 12. By then, my age was concerned as well. So they says, oh, your kidney is it's failing now. You need to, at that time, I did become ill. The first time I was fine. Maybe I was younger, but that time, the second time I had this odoma and I had my swelling and everything. So they says, oh, I need to go on dialysis. I says, okay, but, because the first time I fell with hemodialysis, the second time they put me on CAPD. So I had it my CAPD. I used to do it at home 3 times a day. And because, I was struggling, I was really struggling with my health. So this says, we'll put you at night. I had sleepless nights. I don't want to go too much deep, which I really suffered. I had 7 years of dialysis on CAPD. I had so many infections, going to the hospitals, looking after my mom, who was 100 years old, but with the God blessing, I had so much strength to do everything. And after 7 years, recently,
Right.
God
So
blessing, gifted, I had somebody live donor from somewhere else from Cambridge who donated me kidney in 2019. I had so much bad this second time. I had issues with my liver, pancreatitis, even the kidney. Kidney was working fine, but the other parts wasn't working. So I stayed 3 months in the hospital, suffering so much, antibiotics, so many things. And after 3 months, they let me go. Even though I had so many issues, and now I've still got cirrhosis, liver cirrhosis, and other bits, which I don't want to go deep into it. And I've been so many times in the hospital, but still I'm better than what I'm on dialysis. But please, everyone's feel free to ask me any questions which help others, which I can share it anytime, any moment. Thanks, Kirit. And
Fatima, thank you.
It was nice. I know Hathel is not there, but it was nice to meet her too. Any questions,
Thank
Kirit, or
you.
anything else?
What I think we've got we'll wait. We don't have any questions immediately, but what we can, if you stay around, we're going to
Yes,
certainly we'll bring some questions towards before the end of
no problem.
the program as well. But
No problem.
I just want to
Thank you.
quickly
Thank you.
bring
Rajiv.
Aisha back in.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, go on. Sorry, Amzaji. Thank you. Sorry. Just want to bring Aisha back in just before if
Sure.
there's any questions that we've got for Aisha before she goes. So did you have any, obviously you've heard Aisha's story, etc. Was there any questions that we've got on the any chats? No. I think from the looking at the chat, I think there's lots of thank you for your sharing your kind of journey, and also the power of obviously storytelling and obviously writing. Your book is going to help further cascade and spread the message as well. So, and again, you're from the UK, so again you've got roots here, and obviously now in Germany. So again, it'd be useful to keep the connection. And obviously, Healing Our Earth is a platform that since the pandemic it's been created, and this is for that purpose that we try and get this, amplify our health messages, but other messages to a wider audience. So today we've got people viewing in on YouTube from Africa, from Australia, USA, Australia, obviously UK, and other parts of the world as well. So they would have seen you. It's on YouTube, so they'll be able to look back at it if they missed it today. So again, thank you for joining us today, and I'm going to let you go because I know it's you've had an exciting cycle ride, so you probably want to get some rest. So thanks again for joining us today.
You're welcome. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Aisha. Thank you so much. And best wishes from our side. And we will definitely keep inviting you again to know more about how you can contribute for spreading awareness among people, especially through cycling. That's very, very beautiful.
You're most welcome. Have a great morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone.
Thank
Keep
you.
the message
Thank
going.
you.
Saji, I'm just gonna bring in a colleague who I've met from Oregon, India. So Sanaya is here with us. She's a chief executive of Organ Donation India. If we can bring her on into spotlight her into this group. So I just want to, as I said, I met the team India in the World Transplant Games in Dresden a week ago or 2 weeks ago now, but amazing. So without further ado, thank you, Sanaya, for joining us, and great to meet you. And again, look, thank you for the T-shirt as well. I'm promoting it in the UK. So just introduce Organ Donation India and obviously what you've done and the amazing work. Come back from Dresden, really.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me over. And Also, thank you for coming to Dresden to support the Indian team. Organ India is actually Organ Receiving and Giving Awareness Network. It's an acronym. And it's an initiative of an NGO called Parashar Foundation. Our own chairperson, our late chairperson, she had a heart transplant. And since then, since she was told that she needed a heart transplant, then the foundation has been working to raise awareness on organ donation, help people who have a similar problem to get the right heart, right organs, and how to go about it. They didn't know the process. Nobody here knew what they had to do if they ever need. They were told, that they need a transplant. So what happens here a lot is that people are told that you need a transplant, but they are explained as much as they can be how to do it by the hospitals and the coordinators, but they still have so many questions. So our main aim was to make that process simpler for people, explain to them what exactly they have to do, what are their options, all of that. And that is what we do. We have a lot of awareness. We have online tools to help people find the right hospitals on our website. We have a helpline that, through which we do all this, as well as we coordinate eye donations and body donations. And we also have radio shows. We do seminars at hospitals. We tie up with district administrations in India so that we can raise awareness in other districts of India. And the reason I met you, of course, is because we in 2021 we also became the team managers for India's transplant team. So at that time, I think in 2019 was the first time India went as a team. There were, I think, about 14 or 15 people who went. But they all came back and they said, well, it was great. There was nobody to help them really to train, to meet here in India, to bond as a team and go. So we started, sending the message out that we are going to be taking the team in 23 to Australia. And we got a decent response. Nobody knows. Even now, a lot of people don't know that transplant games is a thing. And, those who've been transplanted can actually go and compete at a very, very high level in these games, which are held every 2 years. So people got to know a little bit more. We got a team together. We had 32 in Australia. And we went there. We got them training out here in India at Manav Rachna University, which very, thankfully came in as a training partner. They have a great sporting school over there. So they did all the training, and we had our sponsors coming in, luckily at the last minute, because as you can imagine, medicines are so expensive. Everything is so expensive for any transplant recipient. So to spend so much of money going all the way for sports is not something that's on the top of the list for anybody. So we had our sponsors coming in, which is Dinesh Vyas Public Charitable Trust, and they said, okay, now they heard the story and they heard all the stories of these amazing people who'd, reached the brink of death and come back, and now wanted to play for the country. And they came in and they supported us. And so we took a team of 32 to Australia, and we won 35 medals, which was amazing. And about last month in August, we took the second team we took. It was 57 people, and we came back with 63 medals. And this time, a lot more people had heard about the games. So they all came forward. We had amazing athletes, who just came out of the woodwork, and they contacted us and said, we've also had a transplant. I'm an athlete. I want to go. So we trained them. We got to know them, we recognized their strengths, and again, with the support of our foundation, as well as our supporters, Dinesh Vyas Trust, Subros, and so many others who came forward, we managed to take the team. And I think, Kirat, we did a good job. The team was amazing. And I was listening to Hetal earlier. She's had a double lung transplant, is that right?
That's correct.
So I have actually seen on the spot in Australia a double lung transplant recipient from England who wiped the floor with everybody, with everyone, all of his opponents. And when I was asking somebody, okay, he's amazing, what transplant has he had? And they said double lung transplant. And I couldn't believe it, because squash is such a strenuous game, and he was fantastic. So actually, he was like a really, really good amateur level player. So anybody can play, So it just means if you're fit enough and you work towards it, you can do it. And I think she should also consider coming to the games, as should anybody else who's had a transplant.
Thank you. That's one of the reasons we wanted to bring you and also your team to kind of give that kind of hope and inspiration that people in the UK can also get involved. Slightly in UK, slightly different mechanism where you've got to first go to the British Games, then you have to go through a selection process, etc. So, but again, just by raising awareness of people, then hopefully that gives them 2 years to get ready for Belgium as well. So, thank you again for joining us, and I want to apologize because you were supposed to be on the program as well, and I missed your lovely photo on our poster, but
problem
I
at all.
apologize. But
Thank
we will certainly continue working with you, because obviously with Organ India and also the work that you're doing, it's amazing. So really, I'm Risaji, just before any final comments from yourself, because you're in India as well. So
Yeah, so actually, Great Britain had the biggest team at the games. They came with 248, I think, and they won the maximum amount of medals. So
300,
UK is very,
yes.
very well organized and they're very good. In India, I hope people, take inspiration from these guys, because here the tendency is to think that, okay, if you had a surgery or if you've had a transplant, then you live like a patient, then you don't do this, don't do that, whatever. And these guys are just out there busting all the myths. I see you have some people from our team who are speaking next, and you can hear from them. You will never be able to make out they have had any kind of surgery, and they are fitter than all of us, and they're doing great. So I'm very happy for them.
Yeah, that's a very key point that you have put in forward for. Yeah, I think every country holds a lot of myths and a lot of things, and based upon our cultures, based upon our way we have been brought up and what the ideologies of the societies are, there are a lot of things that people hold in themselves. And this is one of the things which I have personally, being a physician in a life, like being in a health industry, I have felt like how it is easy for the people to become a vegetable and not to think themselves as a human, and then the life burden of that person is being taken by the whole family members for their whole life, despite of the fact that they are capable of doing a lot of things by themselves, at least maintaining their own daily life routines, which I think is also a very big need of our for the training programs and awareness programs in India, especially should be brought up. And this kind of attitude where the caregivers are there and the families must be trained about it, to give them a support to that. Yes, it is a normal surgery and you can be living the way you live normally without any issues.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you for joining.
Sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we said you have got our next presenter,
Yes.
and obviously
Global Namaste, Alice.
Hi there. Hi. Thanks for having
Very
me.
good afternoon.
So,
Very good afternoon.
Again, we're going to be now really focusing on organ donation awareness from the UK context, and really glad to have Alice, who's actually from her a very important job they do in terms of as a special nurse for organ donation here, working in the Eastern region, and obviously there were the team that were there for the Oxford Games as well. So, and works for NHS Blood and Transplant, which is our national agency that's actually responsible for organ donation and the register as well. So without further ado, I'm going to let Alice introduce herself better and also give us a presentation around what is the UK context around organ donation. And as you've heard from previous speakers, Alice, I was saying earlier that the current waiting list is increased to about 8,000, and we're seeing a lot of declines for people coming forward to donate. So again, this is something that your presentation will highlight further. So thank you again for joining us.
No worries. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me okay? Sorry, I had some issues with my speaker before. Brilliant.
Yes.
So I'm going to share my screen if that's okay, and I'll do my presentation. And then if anyone wants to have any questions, please do pop them in the chat. So So as Kirit said, I'm a lead nurse for organ donation, but I have been, so I'm one of the managers currently in the Eastern team, but I have been a specialist nurse for organ donation for about 9 years as well. So very much involved in the process of the donation side, speaking to families and everything. So let me share my screen with you, and hopefully I've got multiple screens and now I'm hoping that it's going to work. Let me find it. Here we are. Okay. Can everyone see that screen?
Yes, but just put it on your presenter view.
Into presenter view. Has that worked, or is that?
No, it's still on your full screen.
Sorry, let me just.
The one with the TV on the bottom screen. Just. Oh, sorry. No.
Oh, sorry. Let me come off and let me start again, and then let me. It's because I've got a lot of screens, unfortunately.
No.
I'm going to stop sharing and try again.
And then try again. No problem.
Share here.
So, Kirit, are a lot of people waiting in UK for organ donations?
8,000 people.
We have got a full screen. Let's go for it.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about organ and tissue donation in the UK, and I'm just going to talk through a little bit. I have got some stats in here as well, which is quite pertinent as well. So I'll go through them. So aims of the session. So I'm just going to talk about us as a specialist nurse job role and why we were introduced by NHS Blood and Transplant, organ donation, tissue donation as well, our organ donor register within the UK, and also the law, which obviously has changed over the last few years. We've seen different changes coming into place, and then what we do as a nation for our public awareness as well, and to help kind of get that message across to the public. So this is kind of a little picture from one of our teams. So we are referenced and acronymed as a SNOD. So that stands for Specialist Nurse for Organ Donation. We're a 24-hour service, and we have expert advice, and we cover the whole of the UK as well. So we're employed by NHS Blood and Transplant, which is obviously a national NHS organisation, and therefore each specialist nurse that's placed around the UK is all trained to the same level and all trained the same way as well. So the idea would be that a specialist nurse that you would meet maybe in Scotland would also have very similar conversations to you as a specialist nurse, say in London or in the Southwest. And that's something that we're really quite proud of, about how niche it is within our organisation. We all work within the intensive care units or critical care units within our hospitals around the UK. And we approach and offer the option of donation to families in the end of life discussions. So we are very much present for them conversations and them discussions. And we also facilitate the process of donation. So from the point that a hospital or the unit refers a patient that might be suitable for organ donation, we are involved until that patient then goes to the mortuary. If the family obviously say yes and or support the decision of their loved ones. And then we also offer family follow-up and support, which is normally done in the aspect of follow-up letters and calls. So organ donation in the UK, so you're actually more likely to need a transplant than be an organ donor. So annually, everyone that passes away within the UK, only 1% of that group are suitable to become an organ donor. So you have to pass away within either the intensive care unit and the A&E department, and you have to pass away in a certain manner for us to be able to facilitate donation. And that's why we say, when we tell families it's quite unique to be an organ donor, it really is. But obviously in that moment, there's a lot of other factors that they're thinking about when making that decision about whether their loved one goes on to become an organ donor. However, one donor can save up to 9 people's lives with organ donation, which is pretty spectacular and pretty amazing. And considerations about medical conditions is something that as a nursing profession we assess. So at the point that a referral is made from the critical care unit, we will be assessing that patient to make sure that we are approaching and speaking to the families appropriately about whether they are able to become an organ donor. And when we talk about organ donation, obviously I know that you've had a lot of recipients on that have kind of given their talks about what organ they've received, but you can donate your heart, lungs, kidneys, liver, pancreas, and also bowel. And so that's why we get kind of 9 people's lives can be saved, which is amazing. Go to my next slide. Now, I know that Kirit's obviously skimmed across this, and this is the most recent data that we have within NHSBT. So that is another thing, is that we collect a lot of data, and I think we're one of the best countries in terms of our national data with regards to donation and transplantation. And as you can see, our waiting lists. So along the top, the black dots are our transplant lists. So as you can see, post-COVID, we kind of went back up to a similar level that we were sitting at about 6,000. But year on year, that's gone up. And now we've got over 8,000 people on the waiting list. And roughly about one person dies a day waiting for an organ. And that's something that we want to stop, really. And that's why we're here. Our blue bar graph shows how many donors we had per year. So obviously last year we had 1,403 nationally within the UK. The year before there obviously was a higher amount. And then our grey bar graph shows our transplants. So although as one person passes away, they obviously can donate more than one organ, hence why that number's higher. So they were able to perform 3,592 transplants from them organ donors that kindly donated to save people's lives. However, as you can see, we still are battling against that transplant waiting list, which is forever growing. So, and that's obviously our concern. Tissue donation as well, which is something that we really also speak to families about when we discuss organ donation. So it's considered as life enhancing rather than life saving. However, if you maybe spoke to someone that had a corneal transplant, they will definitely tell you that it's life saving because it transforms their lives. To become a tissue donor, is slightly different to organ donation, and you don't have to pass away within the critical care or the A&E department. It could be anyone that passes away, as long as they're able to consent and speak to family within the first 24 hours. And aspects like this, so we do find quite high decline rates for eyes, but you can actually help save the sight of up to 10 people if you're able to donate your eyes. And when we consider tissue donation, although everyone says that the biggest organ in the body is your skin, for us, tissue donation includes skin, heart for valves. So if you're not able to donate your full heart, you can donate it for valves, tendons and meniscus, which is like your cartilage, eyes, bones, and arteries as well. So alongside organ donation, you can also be a tissue donor as well. So you could help save and transform the lives of multiple people directly, and then some when you think about their family and their connective family as well. So it's just amazing what people can do. I looked specifically at organ donation in ethnic minority communities in the UK. Unfortunately, our most up-to-date data that I have available is 23-24, but it does kind of raise them discussion points. So our consent rate within ethnic minority donors was 32.2%, and our overall consent rates sit around about 55 to 65, I would say, currently. So you can see a significant drop in groups of ethnic minority donors and their families saying no to donation, unfortunately. Only 3.7% of the deceased donors in 23 to 24 were of Asian ethnicity, and 94% being white ethnicity. Now, obviously, that does depend, especially within the UK, about the ethnic groups. However, it does show that there is a considerable you're more likely to have families saying no, unfortunately, to donation from ethnic minority groups, unfortunately. And when you look at the two main reasons given by families for decline for donation were, so a lot of them thought it was against their religious and cultural beliefs. And also a lot of people expressed a wish to not donate as well, which we need to consider. And that is, they've been vocal in their lifetime and said that they don't want to donate. We have to honour that and appreciate that they've obviously had that discussion, which is something that we really promote within our families. And then one fact which is startling really, and it is something that we talk about a lot within the UK, is that someone waiting for a kidney within the UK will wait longer for a transplant if they're from an ethnic minority group. And I think particularly with kidneys, a lot of matching is based on ethnicity with your tissue typing. It can be a big factor, and I think that's probably one of the reasons. And as we're seeing that a lot of families say no to donation from ethnic minority groups, it does then have an impact on that waiting list, on people being able to get there to have an organ and become a recipient of an organ. So, and it's just something to kind of consider and think about when we talk to families and when people talk to each other and families talk to each other about organ donation. And I know that I kind of came in on one of the conversations about how to register your decision in the UK, and a lot of things have changed over the last few years. And I don't think there are some misunderstandings. There's a lot of untruth as well going in some communities and some cultures and just among people, and a lot of discussion around the government wanting to take organs. And that's something that we're trying to dispel among communities and just among everyone really within the UK, just to make them fully aware about their choices. So we obviously have the organ donor register. So this is very much where you make your decision as a first person consent. So this is where you go directly. So you can normally go directly via a website. It's also done through our driver's license, and I think it might also be through passport as well now when you register for your passport. And this is where you directly make a decision about whether you want to become an organ donor. And on this register, you can either opt in or you can opt out at the point of registry as well. And something that we've introduced a few years ago now is a faith declaration. And so when you're making your decision, you can also say what your faith is and what your declaration is, so that when, as nursing professionals, we can then check that register. And if you've declared a faith declaration at that time, we will be able to see it. However, we always speak to families regards to faith and when we talk about end of life and have them discussions. But obviously, it's really important to understand what you as an individual, when you make that decision, know what you would like from us and what you'd like from your family as well. And then we go on to law as well. So law is quite a heavy word, and something that obviously we do discuss with families, but it is something that we're very fluid about with our role when we talk to families about organ donation. So when I got asked to look at the UK aspect, I then looked at the fact that we have different laws across the UK and across the Crown dependencies as well. So although we're the United Kingdom, there's different laws in England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, and then our Crown dependencies, which are Jersey and Guernsey. But basically, a lot of the systems are very similar. So they're all based on opt-out or a deemed consent system. And I'll specifically talk about the English version, as that's the one that I'm most have the most understanding around, obviously with being in England. So basically what it is that if you've not made a decision on the organ donor register, so you haven't opted in and you haven't opted out, it's deemed that everyone is a potential donor. So if you were passing away within that critical care unit, we would deem that you didn't have any objection to organ donation when we spoke to your family about it. There are people that obviously are excluded from these. So obviously these are people that have actually registered a decision on the organ donor register. So whether that's to opt in and to donate or opt out, we would still have very similar conversations with families. We just maybe wouldn't mention the aspect of deemed and the objection kind of aspect. We would talk about the register more so. And then also we have our excluded groups. So in England specifically, it's people under the age of 18. That does vary across the UK. People who lack the mental capacity to understand the new arrangements and to take the necessary actions. So these are people that maybe have mental health capacity issues, that, for instance, maybe have dementia at the time that the law went live and couldn't make a decision. Any visitors to England as well, so anyone that hasn't been here as well for the last 12 months immediately before their death. So there's a few facts that we need to look into when we do speak to families as to whether we would see that they would fall into the criteria, which would mean that they wouldn't have any objections. But it doesn't automatically mean that we consent families, and we doesn't automatically mean that we go ahead and organ donation just proceeds. It's very much like this is just here to back us up when we have discussions with families, and we still go in and we still talk to families, and families can still say no, as well as families can still override an opt-in decision as well. So there's a lot of discussion around that and whether we should let them, but at that point obviously their grief is something that overtakes them, and you normally find that some families do struggle. However, 9 in 10 families do support organ donation going ahead if they knew what their loved one wanted. So a big drive within our comms and our promotion is to really have them conversations and to have that open forum with your families to make sure that people know what you wanted at the end of your life, and what you would have wanted to do, so that they could be very clear and very supportive of that situation and have them discussions. So as SNODs, so specialist nurses, our involvement in the process is very much we speak to the families and we offer the option of organ donation as part of them end of life conversations. The process isn't explained to ensure that their informed consent is taken. So we go through what will happen and how it will look, and also how we can get the family involved if they want to be involved during their end of life processes and aspects. So we're very fluid to what the family, loved ones, and what the donor would have wanted as well. So these conversations are essential to have to ensure that we honour people's decisions and achieve like the best end of life for those involved. And to really, when you think about it, the end of life is, we need to make sure it's the best for that patient, but also that it's something that when families go away with, they are very positive about in such a sad time and such a tragic time for them. This is just a little snippet of the UK and just about how we do our promotions within the UK. We're very much advertising focused. So Leave Them Certain is one of our most recent campaigns that we've had in the UK, which has gone out, which is really talking about how we talk about donation. Obviously, words save lives. We did have a big drive as well, especially with paediatrics. Obviously, there's a paediatric waiting list as well, and we do find and we do approach paediatric donors as well and families at that time. So it's something that we need to highlight, and I think that kind of brought it home about how important donation is for everyone in any age range, really. Obviously our law changed, so they did try and do a lot of promotion during that period. Unfortunately, the English law changed in 2020, which was obviously around the time of the COVID pandemic. So we do find that when we speak to families now, they may not be fully aware of what actually happened when the law did change. So that's something that we're obviously now finding out and having to pick up with families when we talk to them directly. And so it's really important that we kind of get that word out there that obviously a lot of things are the same, but you need to talk about it. And our ODR was 30 years old. I think that was last year or the year before. So we've had 30 years of the organ donor register. A large proportion of the UK are registered, but not quite as many as we would like. So we'd really want everyone to be on there to have made a decision. So and that's basically our role in a little nutshell. So I'll stop sharing, and please, if you've got any questions, please ask.
Thank you, Alice. That was great, and I'm sure the the presentation. The question really is, what are the challenges that you face when you have that vital conversation? Because obviously I was saying earlier that families are very emotional. They're just losing their loved one or lost loved one, and what's the kind of best way to? Well, there's no best way to kind of have that conversation, but what are your challenges in terms of getting those conversations to ensure that families are hopefully going to say yes?
Yeah. So I think it's about making sure that we approach and speak to families at the right time, really, because you get families that maybe quite aren't ready to have that conversation. And sometimes if we go in and say it too early, or we have that conversation too early, families will automatically kind of be put on a back foot and be a bit worried that we're only there to take organs, basically, and that there's a lot of mistrust sometimes that the medical team are just stopping for us to then come and get involved. And it's really putting that message across that we only get involved when there is no other hope. So unfortunately their loved ones are not going to survive that admission to the intensive care unit or the critical care unit, and we're only involved to then come and discuss organ donation as an end of life option. And I think it's something that should be offered to all families. I think there has been years ago, there was a lot of taboo over maybe approaching some families and maybe not other families because we weren't sure how it would go. But I really think that now it's a situation where it should be offered to all families, but obviously make sure that they're treated as individual as we can do to make sure that we can help support them. So if they need time for faith leaders to arrive, or they maybe need to speak to faith leaders, then I think that's really something that we should be promoting and really kind of bringing involved as well, especially within the hospital settings. We obviously use our chaplaincy team quite a lot, and they're obviously really important in terms of supporting families through that time, because not all people pass away maybe local to their normal area, because they might have been on holiday. It may be that they've had to go to a big main hospital, so they've had to be taken away from their loved ones and their main base. And so there's a lot of different aspects that we need to consider when we speak to families. I think it's really important that we have an open dialogue with the families as well, so that they can tell us what they're worried about.
Thank you. Neil, come on, you've come in. So a question for Alice, or any comments from the viewers that you've been looking at?
So, Alice, thank you very much. A wonderful presentation, particularly for those people who are living in United Kingdom and in England specifically. Scotland and Wales come under slight different jurisdiction. But Alice, I noticed from your presentation that from 2021 and to 24-25, from 4,000 something, it's jumped to 8,000 something. I mean, that's a significant increase in just 4 years, 100% increase. Is it because more people are being made aware and registering, or is suddenly there is a spike of need for organ donations?
So yes, I think that line was the transplant waiting list. So at its lowest, when it was 4,000, that was during the COVID pandemic. So you found a lot of patients were taken off the list. Unfortunately, some people passed away during that time whilst waiting for an organ, because obviously we didn't have organ donation in itself. Didn't stop, but it definitely slowed down a bit, because obviously we didn't have access to the ITUs. They were very busy. And so we found the waiting list was cut by about 2,000. But then it very quickly went back up to a similar level that it was at, which was about 6,000. And then we're seeing this increase. Now, I don't deal with the transplant side, but I can only imagine that maybe a lot of people that haven't been that would have potentially have been listed during that pandemic stage, and them few years have then started to obviously come through, and they then maybe get listed. I'm not sure for certain if that's the reason, but we are finding obviously that these waiting lists are increasing. So I'm not sure why specifically, but I would imagine that some of it may be backlash from COVID pandemic.
Okay, and also, from what you've identified to the ratio of the people who donate their organs or potentially wishes to, as compared to the indigenous population and the South Asian and Caucasian and South Asian and the Afro-Caribbean one, I think there is a need for a big drive to get into organization and communities and maybe do a bigger presentation, Kirit. Maybe we can take this up after Diwali because we are linked with all the mega organizations. And I think we should take this up more seriously, Kirit. Don't you think so?
No, I totally agree, and we have obviously this is we've got Organ Donation Week coming up 22nd of September to 28th of September, so there's going to be a lot of awareness. But yeah, definitely in terms of the work with the contacts and the organisations, we could do something after post Diwali, and obviously we're at Diwali in Trafalgar Square, so we'll be continue to raise awareness there anyway. But yeah, it's a good point. Amritaji, any further kind of comments on the presentation or any questions? Obviously, because we're now following Alice, but we're going to go to Dr. Radha, who's from Scotland, to hear the Scottish kind of awareness and current situation. So, any final comments?
Thank you, Alice. Thank you so much. In fact, I can understand it's one of the very challenging jobs working in the field, in the hospital, specifically in this department, apart from emergencies, because I think every department in health systems of hospitals have a very different criteria where the mental health. I've been dealing with a lot of other conferences and workshops where mental health of nurses have been a great thing that we had been talking about. And in that concern, what I see, there are different challenges in every department, which department you are in. And for yours, tough of the case where the basic challenge comes to a lot of other things in terms of health ethics, faith, making the people believe in that system is one of the very big concerns, which I think has been taken over very nicely. So, best wishes from my side. Thank you.
And Amrita, our surgeon Anupul Goswami is also in NHS. He still guides them on the legal matters. Anupul, global namaste and a welcome
Global
to you.
namaste, Dr. Anukul.
Namaste.
And Anupul, we just mildly discussed with Alice, and she referred mainly to the England matters. And shortly we'll be going to Scotland, all the way from here to Scotland, and we'll be talking to Dr. Radha. She'll tell us more about it. Anupul, your views on organ donation, South Asian community, and where do we go from here? Over to you, Anupul.
Thank you very much. Global namaste to all. I was listening to Alice, and I think there's so much of additional information I've collected from her. My role as an orthopedic surgeon, and particularly in spinal field, I had been using lots of allografts and autografts and things like that, particularly cadaveric bone transplants and stuff like that. Always been contacting organizations outside the NHS. It is all commercial. And I have often wondered that despite all the cellular research, genetic research, and cellular regeneration products, who is the first point of contact in our typical hospital in the NHS?
I think there's a question for you, Alice. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, apologies. Do you mean for tissue donation?
Yet, not only tissue donation, even, for example, cellular regeneration, things like that. So I do have some of my colleagues or consultants in hematology and cellular biology and things like that. So I asked them, who do I contact? He says, no, we just don't handle it. So ultimately, I go back to the commercial organizations who can provide me with the tissues.
Yes.
But the reality is that they are needed. And I'm sure you'll be able to throw some light, particularly when it comes to your setup as not only organ donation, but also cellular regeneration.
Yeah, so we're a little bit, I'm a little bit branched away from tissue donation, but I can definitely, maybe we should link in and I can maybe find you a contact, because NHSBT, obviously we're trying to have that service within the UK. So you're not then having to go and to buy them kind of products outside of the UK, because obviously NHSBT prides themselves on such high standards. So obviously it's really essential that we try and keep it within the NHS kind of family, I suppose, is something. But yeah, definitely. Maybe I'll take your name down and we'll discuss it, and I'll let you know.
Dr. Radha, you want to? Your hand up, so do you want to come in?
Thank you so much. You make a valid point about who do we contact if you want bone grafts or tendon grafts. Certainly in Scotland, we have the Scottish National Blood Transfusion Service who deal with tissue bank, and there's a similar arrangement in England, and you could contact them directly, and that's what happens in Scotland. Our orthopedic surgeons will contact them, and they will actually receive it. I'm sure I can, along with Alice, actually find more information for you. But generally in Scotland, there's never a need for us to go to commercial organizations for patients that come in the NHS for orthopedic operations.
So, Kirit, let's do one thing. Kirit, while you are here, if we can set up a group and if you could connect Alice and Dr. Radha and Anakul and Amrita, keep them in a loop. Let's get this ball rolling, particularly with the community outreach that we feel that we can plan this year for next year. The more people we can reach in a nice, friendlier way, the more people we can educate, the more maybe contribution will start dripping in. Over to you, Kirit, and let's bring in Dr. Radha as well. Anukul, stay around and we'll have a chit chat again shortly after 10 minutes. Over to you, Kirit and Amrita.
We will connect. I will connect all Dr. Goswami with everyone. So thank you again. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to bring our next speaker. We're going to go to Scotland, and Dr. Radha, privileged to have you here. We've been Global Namaste. We've met quite recently, but we've been communicating for a year or so in terms of, through LinkedIn and Twitter, etc. So glad to have you, and also it's great that we've now through ECTA we've connected even further and doing a lot more awareness in Scotland. So without further ado, I'm going to let you introduce yourself, because you've got an extensive bio, and I think it's good to let you do justice to that. And over to your presentation, please.
Thank you so much, Gareth. Thank you to the Rotary for inviting. I'm going to try and share my slides. Just 1 second. So thank you very much all for giving me this opportunity to speak. And I am in many ways really, really grateful that Alice went before me, because she set the scene really well. So health in the UK is devolved, and the devolved nations are Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. But NHS Blood and Transplant works across all 4 devolved nations. The Scottish Government are very invested in supporting donation and transplant in Scotland. And I have a role with, as a consultant in NHS Scotland, but I also work with NHS Blood and Transplant as a clinical lead. My journey has been from India. I came to the UK in 1997 and then worked my way up the M6 almost. I was in Oxford, then in sort of Liverpool, and then I arrived in Glasgow, and I've been working here in Glasgow for many years. I have worked as an ICU consultant and an anaesthetist in NHS Scotland since 2007, and I participate every year in our attempts to improve awareness about organ donation. The Scottish slogan until now has been "Make a wish, record it and share it, and leave no one in doubt." This is the statistics. I mean, NHS transplant, blood and transplant that work across the UK are excellent at sharing their data. There's a lot of clarity and transparency of data, and that's been really helpful for us. And as Alice shared, we've had the highest number of patients awaiting an organ transplant in the last 10 years. A comment was made about the nadir in 2021, and as Alice correctly pointed out, it was during the pandemic, and we were unable to, business wasn't as usual at all. And we did have to take lots of patients, sadly, off the transplant waiting list, and many of them, we know that transplant recipients actually performed their outcomes were very poor if they did catch COVID. Despite the shielding, despite trying to keep the numbers down, we did lose a lot of patients. There has been an increase in the donors and transplants now to those seen pre-pandemic. But the reason that we are having an increased number of patients awaiting an organ transplant is, one, because the need for transplants is increasing. It is an undeniable fact that we're all 5 times more likely to need a transplant than ever to be in a position to donate. And also our donor pool is shrinking. It might be to do with an aging population, which has got lots of comorbidities, and also the mechanisms of death. The NHS Blood and Transplant, the Department of Health in England, and the Scottish Government have invested a lot of money in novel technologies which can help us honor the wishes of our families who wish to donate and actually make sure that this gift of life that they have agreed is actually in the most perfect, the best form possible to give our transplant waiting list patients a lease of new life. I don't want to go into the technical details, but you can donate when we talk about donation, it could be deceased donation, so after you die, or living donation. As you can see, deceased donation can be in two categories. One is donation after brainstem death. This happens when a patient comes in with a traumatic brain injury or comes in with an out-of-hospital cardiac arrest. And the brainstem, which is a bit of the brain that actually controls the respiration and circulation, suffers a lack of blood supply and oxygen. And the patient, even though they appear warm and have a pulse, are actually brain dead. And if we were to detach them from life support, there is no prospect of life. We often approach the families with these patients. We have to actually confirm that they're brain dead, and that's done in a very rigorous fashion. And then these patients can, if the families say yes, we can honor the wishes of the patient, and we can then facilitate retrieval of their organs. We now have an increasing pool of patients that actually donate after circulatory death. These are patients that medical treatment is futile. In the UK, within the NHS, care never stops. But treatment sometimes does, because in a small proportion of these patients, we cannot actually save them. Again, because of the generosity and bravery of their families, who at the time of their greatest grief are able to say yes to donation, and also the wishes of the dying person, we can proceed with donation after circulatory death, which means we then transition their end-of-life care in most often in theatre, waiting for a retrieval team to come. We then detach them from life support, and if their heart were to stop within usually 3 hours, we can proceed with retrieval of their organs to be able to actually offer a lease of life to our waiting list patients. Living donation for kidneys is well established, but we've also had an increasing number of living liver donors in 23-24. In order to be able to donate after death, one has to die in an intensive care unit. So if you look at the UK population, you can see that the numbers keep coming down. So even the number of patients that actually die in hospital is about 290,000. And of these, only 6,794 are potential donors. There are a number of contraindications for which, even if they wish to donate, they may not be able to donate their solid organs. Those patients then get referred to Alice and her wonderful specialist nurse organ donation team. And then along with the clinicians in an intensive care unit, the families are approached with the support, the knowledge, and the help of the specialist nurses in organ donation. We approach every family if they are eligible, and then we have to get consent. In Scotland, we call it authorization. In the rest of the UK, we call it consent. And that number then comes down because families, understandably, may not be able to say yes. Most of the time, it's because they don't know their loved one's wishes. So even if their loved one were to actually support donation, if they've not shared their wish with their family members, the families might not know. And when they are surrounded by that grief and that devastating news that their relative is not going to survive, donation and actually saving up to 7 lives or 8 lives seems like a very, very far and abstract concept to them. But Alice and her specialist nurse organ donation team have the ability, the skills, and the knowledge to be able to support those families through their grief. And if they were to support donation, we're able to achieve the best outcome for that patient, that family, and the others who receive the organs. We have data now from Scotland as well, and the number of patients in Scotland who actually opt in to be on the register are very small. We're sort of less than 5%. We also find that family consent rates, particularly for our Black and ethnic minority families, is only 50%, whereas if you have white eligible donors, it's much more. We also find that our organ donor register opt-outs are overrepresented by Black and ethnic minority families. In Scotland, we also know that if a Black and ethnic minority patient is listed for organ transplant, for a kidney transplant, they often have to wait longer. At the end of a year after being listed, 60% of white patients would have received a transplant, but only 36% of our Black and ethnic minority patients. This is also because we're less likely to find donors who are well matched. Certain blood groups are more common among South Asians and Black communities, and we need more donors from those communities. Also, our BAME donors also have a lot of comorbidities. Diabetes and hypertension are almost like the paradox or the double hit. So we have more people needing transplants because of diabetes and hypertension, less people be able to give an organ because of diabetes and hypertension. And this is unfortunately because of structural inequalities and health inequalities that exist in the UK. Our ethnic minority and mixed heritage patients are less likely to find donors, and it is a ticking time bomb because currently 1 in 5 adults in the UK are of ethnic minority heritage or mixed race, but 1 in 3 school children in the UK are of ethnic minority heritage or mixed race. So we need to do something about improving awareness about donation amongst our ethnic minority communities. And actually, there is an imperative to have more donors so that we can help ourselves and the population at large. I have actually mentioned all this, but this is just in a sort of slide so that people can actually read it. And a third of the ODR opt-outs are from ethnic minority patients as well. So we came together with NHS Scotland and NHS Blood and Transplant and my health board of Greater Glasgow and Clyde about 10 years ago. And we all agreed that what we wanted and what actually matters is equity and inclusion. We're all doing this work because we want everyone to have timely access to the organ they need. We felt that the way we needed to do this was access to information, education, awareness, supporting legislation, encouraging action. So it was not good enough to actually support donation, but it was more important that people change that intent to action and actually registered on the organ donor website. And also, we needed people to recognize diversity and recognize that actually our society had changed. The work started, we had lots of hunches, theories, and ideas, and we worked with the Scottish Government and NHS Blood and Transplant to actually do a lot of work around improving awareness. Legislation happened in Scotland in 2021, but it was during COVID. One of the things that the Scottish Government did was actually in the organ donor website actually made a commitment to put a faith and beliefs declaration. So if your faith and beliefs matter to you and you'd like that recorded, you can do that on the organ donor register. This gives our specialist nurses in organ donation advance notice about the fact that you are unique, and actually they treat every patient with the same degree of respect, but knowing that does help them to tailor the conversation for the patients. In Scotland, we also have a program called What Matters to You. And actually, our nurses in intensive care units try to get a lot of information to actually find out about every patient who's in our ICU. And this is information about what matters. Does their faith matters? Can we get a chaplain that might be able to help their family at this time? Is it something to do with last rites? Can we actually support that when they are in our intensive care units? We realize that just communication campaigns, just putting it on billboards, although it generates understanding, it communicates a message, sometimes actually segments and targets different audiences. But we needed a social movement. We needed a generation of a commitment to a cause. We needed to actually create a cause where the success action needed to get everyone together. We realized, unlike all other medical things, just a linear cause and effect we couldn't find. The influence had to be more multi-directional. Unfortunately, we know this from our data in England and Scotland that opt-out hasn't worked out the way we expected, and we haven't had an increase in sort of donations. And this may be because opt-out was introduced at a time when the pandemic was rife and we didn't have the time for public campaigning. We know that there are lots of barriers within our communities with lack of information, religious and cultural factors. So in Scotland, we've worked very hard to increase faith and community engagement. We've worked with the British Islamic Medical Association. We've worked with all the religious communities. We have actually hosted a seminar. We hosted a seminar with imams separately. We hosted a faith and organ donation seminar. We've appealed to all the members of Scottish Parliament who are from ethnic minorities. And this has actually helped us also work with the schools, and we have a schools engagement program. We found we've worked a lot with the medical schools in Scotland, and we've managed to actually get organ donation embedded in the curriculum for a few of the medical schools in Scotland. It is a work in progress. We can't say that we are anywhere near actually patting ourselves on our back or saying that we've done a lot. And as you know, society keeps changing, and this is always an evolution. But we do work hard, and we have lots of partner organizations. And I have to give a big shout out to Kidney Research UK, who is our biggest partner in Scotland. There are many allies in the work that we do in Scotland. Just a quick run through all the people. On the left, top left, there's Winnie Ndango, who is the Equity, Diversity and Inclusion Lead Nurse for NHS Blood and Transplant. The next is the ICU in Aberdeen with Ian McLeod, who is the Clinical Lead for Organ Donation in Scotland. Dale Gardner, next with a stethoscope around his neck, is the Associate Medical Director for NHS Blood and Transplant and has been very supportive of our work. Bushra Riaz from Kidney Research UK, Jelena in the Bridges, she's an ambassador for Kidney Research UK, Professor Kevin Rooney, who is one of my colleagues in anesthetics and intensive care, and Susan Hanna, who has sadly retired now, but has been a champion for improving awareness amongst ethnic communities. Now, when I started this work, I didn't know I would need a transplant. I did it because I am brown, I'm South Asian, and I'm in intensive care. But while I was doing the work in 2015, I realized I was going blind. And it was because of the generosity and bravery of two families who said yes to corneal transplant that I'm able to do the work that I do, that I'm able to actually stand before you today and celebrate the work that our team does. So I'd like to leave you with a thought that we are 5 times more likely to need a transplant than be in a position to donate. And so we need everyone to say yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Radha. What a great presentation. Also, in terms of your passion, obviously not just because you've been a recipient, but also in terms of the connections you bring as well, and obviously the passion you do. It's important that clinicians like yourself, this is what I keep saying to clinicians, is that don't just hide yourself in your institutions. You need to come out into the community. That's where you're going to be able to, because challenges we have as community campaigners is they want to see you. They want to talk to you. It's okay us raising awareness, but they won't. The conversation is great from one level, but they want to see the experts, and you're one of the experts. So thank you for sharing that. Dr. Goswami, what do you think of the presentation? Any questions you have as well?
It was fantastic presentation. I really liked it, particularly when it comes to ophthalmic, corneal transplant and eye transplantation, not very widely heard of. But yes, that's what I knew of. It does exist. And eye donation, I don't know how much it happens around, but I think it's one of the simplest and easiest thing to do actually. So I don't find a reason. But of course, there are other transplants like liver, and they are life-threatening situations that way you have to have it. But corneal transplant, that's something extremely happy to note that. Congratulations for that, really.
Rather, just one question I have, Dr. Radha, is really the work you're doing in Scotland in terms of getting into the communities. I know Kidney Research is doing some wonderful work. Is that still a challenge in terms of getting some of the South Asian and the ethnic communities to kind of come forward and have that conversation and not use religion or other cultural barriers as an excuse?
It's a work that needs to be ongoing. And it's actually one of the things that we are more keen about is, like you say, we need the clinicians, we need the NHS boards to actually sit up and take notice of this. As the demographics of our society are changing, we need more people to say yes to donation. As I say, if we don't, patients are actually not going to get their life-saving transplant, and that would be to the detriment of society as a whole. So we need more investment in it. In Scotland and in the UK, there's a community investments program, and there's a lot of support, but we need more support. But work in progress. And as I say, we found there's a huge difference when we go and speak to people in the gurdwaras, the temples, the mosques about organ donation. We cover lots of areas like religion and culture. When we go to the schools, it's interesting. The school students who are 16 and 17 are not keen, are not actually, they bring up other issues. They bring up issues of reciprocity, of justice. They say, well, if you are willing to accept a transplant, how can you not agree to donate? So there is a process of thought evolution as well. And these 16, 17-year-olds, I think we need to work more with them, because they're the ones who are going to be, and hopefully, they're the ones who are actually going to be the agents of change.
Very important. Sorry, go for it, Dr. Kusami.
Yeah, I had that our society has got a lot of conflicting viewpoints. First of all, we know there are certain people with certain religious groups who would like to have the body removed very quickly in a matter of few hours, and therefore the decisions have to be made very, very quickly. How often are we engaged in talking to their relatives, whether they would be happy to donate, anything like that? Discussing with them about the potential chances of somebody passing away itself is hard enough. But here you have got a few hours left out to sort of take the decision, and at the same time take the organs out, etc. It's a very hard job. I literally hide behind the screen. I said, okay, it's all up to you to decide how you do. So I just walk away from those kind of situations. But it's something that Dr. Radha Sundaram will be able to tell us a little better. I think Alice must be doing a fantastic job at the end. But I often am amazed how these people work out things, and it's all done. Don't worry, Mr. Goswami, go away. So leave it to us.
You're so right. And it is Alice and her team that actually are able to, most often, if a family have already thought about it, spoken about it, they bring it up even before we can bring it up. But actually, to recognize that patient is unique, that family's needs is unique, that's where Alice's and her team's skills come in. We are encouraged as ICU doctors now to always have a specialist nurse in organ donation with us. And I can tell you that has been, again, a huge shift from the time I started. I've been a consultant for a long time, and we used to go in on our own. And I can see what a difference it makes to have someone who's got the answers to all the questions. So this is what the families ask us. How long is it going to take? And Alice and the SNODs all across the UK have that information to be able to give it them in a very compassionate way. And what I'd also like to point out is Alice and her colleagues, even when a family say no, even when a family feel that they cannot proceed with donation, the same compassionate care is given to that family. They don't abandon them. And that's something, that feedback is always given to us, because we recognize that it's that grieving family have to live with that decision they've made. And we should not impose, however critical the urgency is, that family is the most important entity, that's the most important unit that we should look after at that time. Alice, sorry, I've probably said a few things that I should have let you say.
No, it was perfect. Thank you. I think I was just going to come in a little bit about timings. And I think that's something that when we have discussions with families, we're very open about. So for safety of donation, we can't make things go too quickly. And we are very reliant on specialist surgical teams coming to hospitals. There's a lot of different logistics that we manage in the background alongside it. So we are very honest with families. And there are some families that obviously can't wait that amount of time. And sometimes they do say no to because of that reason, or it might be a contributing factor. But the fact that we've had the chance to have that conversation, I think, and that allows the families to then talk about it and so even if they say no, we have families that go away saying, we didn't realize that this could happen, or thank you for explaining it. Now we can go and talk about it as a family. So if it's if they don't know what their loved one wants, they now know, and they're now equipped to have that conversation. And with some faiths in particular that might be sensitive about when the body's released, it really does depend on how we discuss it and how they see it. So a lot of sometimes you do find that in certain religions, certain faiths, they will use donation as something seen as quite charitable, and they can then see and be able to be flexible about that kind of timing. But it is very much an individual, family, a community decision to then kind of make that decision, which we obviously respect at the end of the day. So definitely. And just on the back of the educational need, I think it's something that's really important. And myself and one of my colleagues have actually designed a donation themed badge for Girl Guiding. So Girl Guiding UK, I'm a volunteer in Girl Guiding myself. And we've designed a challenge badge that is available nationally for Girl Guiding and other units to take part on, that really promotes organ donation, tissue donation, and also blood donation. So I think the younger generations are definitely people that we should be aiming at and speaking to and having them open conversations about. But thank you. Sorry.
Thanks. No, thanks, Alice. It's great. And obviously, we're going to, the youth organ donation awareness, which is being championed through the Rotary Club Organisation India, is doing some amazing work. And the youth director there, Dr. Ashna, has really now taken it where the young people are the key change agents and giving out the presentation. So we want to kind of replicate some of that and do some partnership work with them. So great. So thank you again for taking time to join us, and feel free to stay around. We're going to go to our next presenter, who's actually Sandeep. Sandeep, I met maybe a year and a half ago when we were when I was still past president of the Rotary Club for Organisation India, and more recently we connected face to face at the World Games in Dresden. So Sandeep, thank you for joining us. And obviously you've been a kidney recipient. So tell us about tell us about your journey as a kidney recipient, how long you waited, and really who was your donor, because you were a living donor. You're a living recipient donated from your family member.
Yeah. First of all, thanks, Kirit Bhai, for inviting me over. And good afternoon, good evening, everyone on the call. I'm also part of the Rotary Club of Organ Donation India, as what Kirit would have mentioned. So in my case, it's about exactly 6 years ago, in fact, 2019 September, that I was diagnosed with asymptomatic chronic kidney disease, which is IgA nephropathy. It just came out of the blue without any warning, no signs, absolutely no symptoms at all, apart from foamy urine at times, which I used to dismiss off as probably the beer that I drank earlier in the day or yesterday. Apart from that, there was no symptoms at all. I used to have high blood pressure at times, which was a trigger point for me to start an investigation into my vitals and my what was happening to me. And the trigger was really one of those weeks when I was really sick, and I had a throat infection, a really bad throat infection, which even after having my usual course of antibiotics, it was not going away. And my GP suggested that why don't you take a urine and a blood test. And that was how initially my high creatinine levels were discovered. And apart from these odd cases of fever or cold and flu at times, there was no other symptoms. So at that point of time, my nephrologist suggested that there is no course of action to be taken right now because it's asymptomatic and it's the damage had already happened. About 70% of my kidneys were already gone by then, both pair of kidneys. He said with the 30% or 25, 30% that you have residual, that what residually remains, you could still go on. And he said eventually you will need a transplant as your treatment option. But he couldn't predict exactly when it would happen. March 2020, COVID lockdowns. We were all working from home, and thankfully that was a period when I could really take care of myself. But eventually, in the end of the year, that is end of 2020, is when the symptoms really started showing up. I was weak all the time. I had a lot of fatigue during the day. I used to be awake all night through. I had brain fog at times. I couldn't recollect things. I couldn't write emails properly. I became a lot less productive at work as well. And that was really the trigger point for me to start looking seriously into what was happening. And during that time, because of COVID lockdowns, there weren't really any OPDs that were running. Any OPDs were not functional in hospitals, right? They were only treating emergency cases at that point of time. So finally, in March 2021, when the OPDs opened up, is when I did my consultation, which was almost like after a year. I was following my BP medications and all my other diet protocols for CKD properly until then. But then when I did my tests then in March 2021, my creatinine levels had shot up. It was like 16, 17, and my EGFR, which is an indicator of the residual capacity of the kidneys, was less than 5%. So my doctor said that, and even then I was a lot more, I could still walk around, I could still talk, I could still be a little active apart from all of these other symptoms that I was talking about. My doctor said that, you have reached that stage when you need a transplant right now. Do you have someone in your family? That was like a shocker to me. It was, although we knew that we were headed in a particular direction in that particular day when the doctor announced that you are now an end stage kidney failure patient. You need to go into either a dialysis soon, or if you have someone in your family, we could prolong with medication for a couple of months and then could look at a transplant. So at that point of time, my no option, we're still coming to terms with the whole fact that that we had reached this stage, and the doctor said you have no option. Get into dialysis like today, right now. And the very next day, I started my dialysis. It was March 2021. Um, Around that time, when we were still within the family, when we were discussing, what to do next, my mother came forward. She was a different blood group. She was too old to donate. My wife came forward again, a different blood group. They said that if you have, my sister was of the same blood group. We knew that, but then she was not in town. She was not living in India. She is based out of New Zealand. And it took us a while even for us to convey the news, and for her to think about it. So while this was happening, within about 2 weeks time, when the COVID vaccines were out, I got my first shot of Covishield, which is the AstraZeneca vaccine that was available in India. 10 days from my first COVID shot, I had the Delta wave. I was infected with COVID. So with my first month of dialysis and with COVID, it was a very challenging period for about 10 days, fighting that battle as well. Eventually, things settled down. I was into a regular rhythm of dialysis, working through the day and having my dialysis sessions in the evening, thrice a week. And this was how life was continuing. Eventually, within about three months of into my dialysis, my sister agreed to get herself tested there in New Zealand, the basic set of blood tests and urine tests. Sent over her reports to India. My nephrologist had a video counseling session with her, couple of sessions, and then later she agreed to be my donor. But unfortunately, that time, if you recall, New Zealand was in complete lockdown. There were no flights flying in and out for a long period of time. And then finally in December 2021, when the borders opened, the flights started to India. She flew down, got herself tested, and in February 22, we went ahead with the transplant. And since then, 3.5 years, it's been a miraculous journey, a very transformative journey, from the brink of being almost being written off during those COVID times to recovering, getting back into a professional life, being active again with a lot of focus on fitness. That's when I came in touch with Organ India and their team to participate in the World Transplant Games, which I did just last month in Germany, and that's what Kirit was also mentioning. So that's in a nutshell, just that's been my journey. And I can take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, yes, Sandeepji, for that. Just one question in terms of, obviously, your sister being your live donor, obviously the conversations you had, there was ultimately no hesitancy in terms of coming forward from her side. Were there any kind of barriers that she was still trying to think through her head in terms of, should I or should I not? Is it going to affect me living with one kidney? Those kind of, sometimes those questions come to mind.
Yeah. So I'll tell you, when I began my dialysis, the thought that someone could even donate a kidney didn't seem the right thought to me, even to me, that I shouldn't be expecting someone to die to donate an organ to me. Neither should I expect somebody to give their their organ to me. Although I did have conversations, it was very half-hearted in the sense that, at least from my side, at least, the whole idea of asking someone to donate an organ was really not in my scheme of things, to be honest. And especially in my sister's case, I didn't want my sister to go through a surgery. That was also there. And my mom also, she was kind of hesitant to even sort of, have that conversations openly. So what happened then was, it was my wife and my brother-in-law, my sister's husband, who took the initiative to at least spark that conversation and to give that direction in terms of at least the brother, the sister, and the mother seriously thinking about organ donation. And that's how through a series of individual one-on-ones is when I think as a family we came together to think through this, and she eventually said, I want to do this for my brother.
Thank you, Dr. Goswami. Any you've heard the experience of Sandeep in terms of his journey.
I first of all, I don't know how to say, but it does happen that when I am seeing my patients in the clinic in any way, I often try to place myself in their situation and ask myself, what would I do if I was in this particular situation? Frankly speaking, something figure out, it may be all morally perfect and ethically good and a whole lot of things to do it. But when it comes to our own self, we really step back and think, really, can I do that? Do I really want to do it? And those particular questions do keep coming in my mind. And I'm sure your sister must have had quite a what do you call dilemma about it. Must have gone through quite a bit. So I think my hats off and great respect for your sister, number one, and number two, the amount of stresses that you had gone through is just amazing. It's a. But what is still more important is that in our Sanatan Dharma culture, this body is meant to be given way. It has to go. And there's no reason why we should think twice about it. And it's something that must, and a system within particularly here in the UK, where there are so many people and the donation of the body is not there very often. You'll be surprised that it's not easy for people to take that view. But I think if you're able to introduce a Sanatan concept a little more strong, more people will be say, that's a part of my work as my duty towards the world, that I give my body to for the donations or whatever it is. Kirit, what do you think about it? I think it's something that you would also possibly potentially use it.
Yes, no, I totally agree. And that's I've been raising awareness for over 15 years. And one of the challenges I was having was the faith question, the religious question. So I decided to, well, create organ donation. So Hindu embraces organ donation campaign, Sikhs embrace and Muslims embrace. And that was the way of getting the conversations going. And then going through the different scriptures and seeing where does it say, and okay, let's put religion to one side. You your loved one have got 30 minutes to live and you need this organ. Will you take it? And obviously people are going to say yes. So then that was the conversation to change people's minds around religion is part of it, but we should think of more beyond the humanity, focus and the selfless service. But I think it's something that we're still having those conversations. And luckily, in the UK, 6-7 years ago, a fatwa for the Muslim scholars was developed to try and again have the conversation with scholars. Luckily, with the Hindu, we've had Hindu scholars endorsing organ donation worldwide. So we just use those scholars to kind of further raise awareness in our communities.
Yeah,
Thank
I can
you.
talk about a couple of examples. Just a minute in terms of that particular aspect, Dr. Goswami. Art of Living Foundation, Sri Ravi Shankar, he has spoken in favor of organ donation. And I'm a volunteer with the Isha Foundation, Sadhguru's Isha Foundation. And again, there Sadhguru has spoken in favor of organ donation. So which is, part of my efforts also to see, where I can, make sure that this gets some spotlight in whatever forums, that I'm part of.
Excellent.
I think Kirit should be able to. I think in one of our previous discussions we had on the same website, we have had discussed about getting this across to the temples as a special sort of meeting or some sort of banner in most of the temples, which can say, as a typical Hindu or Sanatan Dharmi, you should be able to give out your organs for various things.
No, definitely. That's something that with obviously Neil was mentioning earlier. Neil Bhai was saying after Diwali, we'll try and do some more focused work within the Hindu community and the temples, etc. So without further ado, I'm going to really bring another wonderful person I met in Germany, in Dresden. Umeshji is here. He's again from Goa. He's from India, and privileged to have met him and spent some time with him in Germany while he was participating in the game. So Umeshji, thank you for joining. I know you've been going through different events today, so thank you for taking time. And tell our viewers in terms of your journey of liver. You went through liver disease and how you ended up getting your transplant. It would be useful for our viewers. And anything else you'd like to share?
Very good evening, and thank you so much, Kirit Bhai. Am I audible?
You're audible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having me. And apologies that in spite of informing me well in advance, I was in the middle of a function, so but I wanted to find time and make it here. So I'm on my mobile. So apologies for that.
No problem.
Well, now with regards to my transplant, the story is very short and very sudden. It was a tragic incident. I was quite young. I was about 45 and living a very healthy life way back in 2015. So I had never an hospitalization incident in my life before this particular day that I'm going to tell you. Okay, and I had no illness, no blood pressure, no sugar. I had a very athletic physique. So it just started with an extremely heavy headache, which carried on for 12 to 18 hours continuously, which forced me to go for a checkup to my regular consultant. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. So
perfect.
And when I went to the regular consultant, he just, after checking me, he said that I have doubt that you have hepatitis A, that is jaundice, right? It's an infection. So you just get this test done tomorrow. So next day, I got the test done. Okay, and I was diagnosed with very extremely high values of hepatitis A. So I got a viral infection, but somehow this virus was growing extremely fast in my body. And within 24 hours of the symptoms, I was shifted to the hospital and admitted in ICU, whereas all the other tests and investigations were being done. And somehow I was living in Goa, so there is no super specialty hospital in Goa to address the advanced liver issues. So finally, after doing the scan and all, the doctors took decision that he should be shifted to a super specialty hospital. So I was airlifted on the day 3 to Bangalore in one of the liver super specialty hospitals. And within the 3 hours, all the investigations were done. And then my family, whoever was with me, was called for a counseling. And it was like a huge bomb thrown on my family, when those particular days, my family, including me, never had an idea of what is a transplant, a liver transplant, who can be a donor, and what are the systems. So doctor said that his liver is deteriorating extremely fast. So he may live just for few days. So it was like, I remember my family telling me after I recovered from surgery that doctor was very bold to tell them in the counseling session that he may live for the next 4 to 5 days, but we are sure he will not see the sixth day. This looks very deadly statement, but he wanted to make the family alert and tell them clearly that, look, you got to be on your toes and arrange the donors. We are trying our level best also for cadaver and etc. So we learned from them who could be the probable donors. So they said only the first blood donors, like my siblings, father or mother, if they are eligible, or my kids. So it was just 3 of my siblings who were eligible, out of which my brother was down with dengue. So only I had hope to get this only from 2 of my sisters. So eventually, on the last day, which doctors had assured my, life, on the day 6 of this entire episode, my elder sister was found to be fit. She was previously again air flown there, and she donated part of her liver. And surgery went on very well on the 15th of April 2015. Okay, that's about 10 years now. So since the surgery, well, touch wood, the journey has been excellent. My recovery was very, very quick. I was quite perfectly fine in 15 days. Okay, and discharged in about 20-25 days from the hospital. The recovery went well, and as earlier, I took up to my schedule slowly after the initial isolation and the time that I have to spend. Now, one thing I would like to say is whatever I am telling you is the story which is narrated to me by my family, because I was absolutely in bad state. On the day 3, I started getting disoriented. So I did not know what is really happening with me. All this is narrated to me afterwards. So then after recovering, I just caught up with all my regular fitness over a period of next 1 or 2 years. I caught up with my fitness activities, etc., etc., and slowly took up to walking, running, and I was basically a runner and a cyclist. Not at a professional level. I wasn't an athlete as such, but just for fitness, I used to do these activities, which I took up more seriously. And also, same is the case with my sister. I will tell you a little bit about my sister. She was not very much into fitness previous to surgery, but after surgery, she became much more alert, knowledgeable, and both of us, started understanding the life much seriously. And or there was an automatic, unsaid commitment of living a healthier life. So we got the things aligned, and since then, the last 10 years have been absolutely a dream journey. Touch wood. We are very, very well. We had no issues, no looking back from the surgery. And in fact, both of us got involved in the athletics the moment we understood about these transplant games. So we took up to certain games. Like, I'm a cyclist myself, but I took up to athletics after that with the idea of participating in the games, etc. And my sister also is a cyclist by herself, and also she participates in some of the local marathons as such, which are basically for organ donation awareness. So both of us are involved in some awareness programs, etc. So this is how it is. So what I would like to say is uh, today, whatever I'm speaking or I'm able to speak and present myself in front of you is absolutely a second life that I'm living, because my life got curtailed to hardly 6, 7 days. I would have been no more had it been another a day or two. So the decision that my sister and her family took, to come ahead and donate the liver has absolutely given me a second lease of life, a fresh life, I would say. Okay, we always call it punarjanma in our local language. So I'm living a virtually second life. So I'm quite aware of it. I want to make the maximum out of it. Okay, and maintain my life, be with my family, be with my sister. Her life is something which is my responsibility. I got to be always be with her. So I'm thankful to her for just not even giving it a thought about the risk concerned, etc. She had no time to do this, but she has really taken a very gutsy decision, well supported by her husband and her family, and that is how I'm living here. But one important thing I would like to say is I have seen her recovery, okay, very very closely, and today the life that she's living and the type of events going around, I think it's extremely safe to donate even as a living donor. So I would like to on her behalf, unfortunately she isn't here right now, she's elsewhere, otherwise I would have got her online. I wanted her to speak a little bit, but I would just say that it is extremely safe, to even consider of being a living donor. There are a lot of kidney donors, but I have seen a very less living liver donors. Okay, so it is extremely safe, and it's a very very noble cause. So one should come ahead and donate. We are living examples of it, me and my sister. Yes, Kirit bhai, that's how
Thank
it
you.
is.
Thank you very much for sharing your personal journey, and again, it's good to you're here to tell that story, and obviously now share that and raise more awareness. So, any obviously, I've got Sandeep ji and yourself, both of you with two different organs that you've been, fortunately been donated with. What are you now doing in terms of, obviously, Sandeep, you're doing in through the organization, but also through the different foundations in Bangalore. Obviously, you're in Goa. So, how is the kind of awareness going in both of those kind of districts? And what's are you seeing many challenges?
So,
Okay.
if I can go first,
Yeah.
sorry. I think there's a lot more. When I was just going through some of the earlier presentations in the UK, seems like the questions and the challenges are quite similar in terms of resistance, in terms of awareness, lack of awareness, in terms of the faith part of it. Just yesterday, we had a collaborative session workshop with the Rotary Club of Skyway in Bangalore, trying to spread the message of organ donation through the Rotary network itself to begin with. And there was good feedback from that session in terms of people coming forward and saying that, hey, we did not even know about that organ donation is possible. Apart from that, I think personally one of the initiatives that I'm keen to work on, or just about to starting to work on, is CSR funding into this space, because I think this is an area where which typically doesn't fall on the radar of CSR in organizations. And so personally, I have begun my talks with the CSR teams in HSBC. That's where I work in the bank, and trying to see what more we can do as part of our CSRs, both in terms of organ wellness and in terms of recovery rehabilitation of people who've undergone organ transplants. And thirdly, I think very important, the fitness part of post-organ transplants, like what Umesh ji was also mentioning. That is very critical, for the long-term survival of who've undergone transplants. And that's another area where NGOs like Organ India can make a big difference in terms of promoting fitness among us. So these are some of the areas that we are working on. Just apart from that, I just would like to highlight one of the projects that Rotary Club of Organ Donation in India is working on, which is free transplants for the underprivileged. So we have a tie-up with Manipal Hospital in Bangalore, where last year we funded 8 transplants for underprivileged. And this year we have a target of 5 to continue with that particular project. So I think some of these initiatives will really help. And if there are more Rotary clubs, for instance, who can come forward and take this, that will make a big difference to our efforts.
Thank you. Umesh, quick, your what's happening in Goa in terms of the awareness, and is it program working?
Yeah, I think the scenario is more or less similar as Sandeep said. And I also learned after having some dialogues with the athletes from the other states in the World Transplant from the other countries, that more or less the scenario is the same in India as the West. There is a decent amount of awareness, but at the same time there is a lot of hesitation to come ahead and donate. Okay, so I think now personally, I feel that we being the beneficiaries of this transplant, the organ, we being the organ recipients, we carry a lot of important role in convincing the people by displaying ourselves and the skills that we developed. Like as Sandeep said, now it's my commitment of life that I will keep myself extremely fit, by which whole of my life I can really display, I can become an example that after transplant life can be not just normal, but it can be extraordinary, right? So same my sister is trying to do, because we are quite we get a lot of knowledge about how to be healthy, etc., but we don't implement. Now that having undergone this surgery, we are really committed to do this. So we can carry this work forward. But yeah, going back, there is that hesitation factor is there. Okay, I work with Soto Goa, that's a state organization monitoring the transplantation. So their director also tells me the same thing, that hesitation is something which does not allow the brain dead, donations to happen, etc., etc. So a lot of probably work has to happen in that.
Thank you. Great to have our colleague Lalji from the Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, who's been again a great ambassador for organ donation, and obviously your own personal experiences, but also doing some amazing work. So, Global Namaste, I'm going to let Amrita ji do the honors in terms of a warm welcome, and then Neil ji, do you have anything else to add before we switch to organ donation awareness in India as the next part of the program?
Only to say that Umesh and Sandeep were a living example who really shared. Umesh was very dramatic, that he was actually completely out and he heard his own story later. So it's just amazing. And now look at him. He's fit, he's bouncy, he's bubbly. So there is a life and there is a light at the end of a tunnel. Don't give up. Just seek the guidance of good organ donations. And talking about good organ donation organizations, what better than Rotarian Lal Gohel for several years leading right at the top? And a global namaste to you, Rotarian Lal Gohel.
Global namaste, Neil Kumar ji, Amrita ji, and Kirat ji, to all of you. Really, it's a heartening to see that again we are doing the program on organ donation. This shows the commitment of Healing Our Earth and Mr. Neil Kumar and his team. Because if the people are healed, then definitely the society, then the country, and then universe, and then the earth has to be healed. And that's why Healing Our Earth is keeping their motto alive by allowing us to have 3 or 4 programs in a year on very important and crucial thing, that is organ donation. And I am very happy to see my good friend Rotarian Kirat Mistry, that he is now being the charter president of Rotary UK Club of Organ Donation, that is doing so much work. And I have personally seen when I visited his place in Leicester that how much work he is doing for the organ donation. So thank you very much for this very important program on organ donation awareness in the UK and India.
Thank you, Rotarian Lal Goenzi. For all our viewers who are not knowing Rotarian, Lal Goyalji is the founder and charter president of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International, and he is also the chairman of Organ Donation India Foundation and GYAN, and is a regular contributor as well as producer with us on many topics that we bring in for you every week. A very warm welcome and global namaste.
Global namaste, Amritaji. Thank you very much once again. Yeah. So, friends, as I joined just now, my time starts now from 9 p.m. every time whenever Mr. Neil Kumar allowed me to come on this platform. I would like to say a few things about India, about the organ donation, although you might be hearing from so many people here about the organ donation condition. But I would like to say a few things. First thing is, in India, we are having very bad condition as far as organ donation is concerned. Because as per NATO, which is National Organ and Tissue Transplant Organization, a central government body, more than 5 lakhs people or 500,000 people are dying every year for want of organs. And when we are talking in India, this figure, personally, I feel is not the correct figure, because what we are talking of the 15-16% of the population, because we have in India only 15 or 16% revenue districts which are having organ transplant or even organ retrieval facilities. So it shows that many of the cities, rather majority of the cities, approximately 85% district headquarters are not having a retrieval center. So once there is no retrieval center, which means there is no brain death committee. So all the people who are there, if nobody is ready, no one can declare the brain death and the persons are dying. So it's a stage of the organs. So one can imagine this 5 lakhs figures, but the NATO is saying is not the exact figure because the lack of infrastructure. So one thing, when we talk about awareness, everybody talks about awareness. I also give lectures on awareness. Today morning also I gave a lecture in a management college. But the thing is, when there is no infrastructure, what this awareness programs will do? When we talk of those cities which are not having this brain death declaration committee or the retrieval center, our talks are totally useless. So one thing is that we have to create the infrastructure. Government is trying. The Rotary clubs are also going to try now, and they are trying. But other NGOs have to put more emphasis on infrastructure. And for that, I have given the suggestion, which when I had a meeting with the Roto chief of Chandigarh, Roto and Soto there at Chandigarh, there he also accepted that this is a good suggestion. The suggestion is to have mobile retrieval centers, because unless we will not have a retrieval center, organ retrieval center in all the districts, headquarters at least, or forget about the cities, then we cannot save the lives. And for that, we require, at least for that time, mobile retrieval centers. So that is what I am doing now. I have written an article on that. I am discussing with the people in the power, and I want that other NGOs should also take a lead, try to understand that unless we not have infrastructure, because what infrastructure we have in the big cities or metros like Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, or Calcutta or Chennai, etc. But what about other cities? Like I can give you an example of Uttar Pradesh, UP, which is having 80 districts. Only 7 or 8 districts are having these facilities. No other districts are having these facilities. So one can very well understand that this is the situation as far as infrastructure is concerned. And hence, our motto is to create more and more infrastructure, then only the awareness will work. Because when I give a figure or when I search for the figure of UK, the death occurs in month ending 31st of March 2024, that is for 12 months. The figure says 418. Last year, UK figure, I remember that in 23, the figure was 432. And in 2019, the figure was approximately 770 plus. Now, it's in reducing. While in India, for last 9 years, when I am promoting this organ donation awareness, the figure is constant, that is 5 lakhs plus. But this figure, it should be actually more than 30 lakhs if we will see the complete population. So my urge to all of you, because you all are working very hard to see to it that the mortality should go down. It can go down only, first thing is the infrastructure, and definitely the awareness is also a key thing. But without infrastructure, awareness cannot give us that tool so that we can save the lives. To save the lives, we have to do all these things. That is my opening remarks. Definitely, because we have guests from India, I would like to see that if they will be highlighted so I can start giving their introduction, and I will be talking to them and their experiences, because they are the kidney donors or the liver donors or recipients or even a heart recipient. So I can see Mr. P.K. Ratan and Rotarian Rupa Arora as our guests. So I would like to first introduce them, then we will hear their journey as a donor as well as a recipient. So I would like to introduce them right now, and to this Rotarian Rupa Arora. She is the, one moment please. Rotarian Rupa Arora is a teacher, organ donor, and lifesaver. And according to Rotarian Rupa Arora, I quote, "Life's greatest gift is the gift of life itself. I am humbled to have been able to give my husband a second chance," unquote. Rotarian Rupa Arora, a dedicated teacher at Chandigarh Administration's Government High School, exemplifies compassion and selflessness, touching lives far beyond her classroom. The ultimate act of love. In 2011, Rotarian Rupa Arora performed an extraordinary act of love, donating a portion of her liver to her husband, Mr. P.K. Ratan, and saving his life. This life-changing decision reflects her unwavering commitment, courage, and the profound bond between them. Mr. P.K. Ratan, a grateful recipient, said, I quote, "I owe my life to my wife's selfless act. Her courage and generosity inspire me every day," unquote. As a senior accounts officer with Chandigarh Administration's Engineering Department, Mr. Ratan is deeply grateful for this second chance at life, continuing his service to the community with renewed purpose. His testament to love and resilience. The Arora's story is a powerful reminder of the life-saving impact of organ donation, the strength and support of family in times of need, how one selfless act can uplift an entire community. Rotarian Arora's profound experience has touched her life into a passionate advocate for organ donation, working to raise awareness and dispel myths surrounding this vital cause. Let's break the stigma surrounding organ donation. Every individual has the power to save lives, says Rotarian Rupa Arora. I welcome Rotarian Rupa Arora as well as Mr. P.K. Ratan to give the first-hand information about their journey pre-transplant, before transplant, after transplant, and at the present time, what they have felt, how they came to know about their problem, how it was solved, and what is the situation today. So welcome Mr. P.K. Ratan and Rotarian Rupa Arora. Please unmute yourself. No, we can't hear you. Please unmute yourself. I think you have unmuted. Can I request the control, please?
Yes, can you hear, sir? Maybe your microphone is not on. Try to see that your microphone is on.
We can hear now. We can hear you. Mr. P.K. Ratan, you please speak now.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, everyone. Sir has already given introduction.
Oh, your voice is cracking.
During my pre-transplant days.
Your voice is not clear.
During my pre-transplant days.
If you have any other device working on the same network, please close that device because Zoom takes lots of network. So
their Rotarian, their bandwidth is low. While they try to sort that out, Jaskaran is here. Let's bring Jaskaran when they try to sort it out. Okay.
Okay. Please do that. So Rotarian Rupa Arora, please wait. We will. I will be introducing the next guest of mine, and they are Mr. Jaskaran Singh. He is a 39 years old senior veterinary inspector in Animal Husbandry Department, Punjab. On 9th February 2022, he donated his kidney to his wife, Nirmaljeet Kaur, aged 38 years. Mr. Jaskaran was discharged within a day and was back to work. He is doing well. He is very proud that his kidney won many medals at the Roto PGI Games 2025. And he was also declared Best Donor Athlete in World Transplant Games 2025 held at Dresden, Germany. Welcome, Mr. Jaskaran Singh. Now, I would like to introduce the recipient of his kidney, that is Dr. Nirmaljeet Kaur. Dr. Nirmaljeet Kaur, she works as CHO in the Health Department, Punjab government. She received a kidney transplant in February 2022. Her health journey took an unexpected turn in 2019 when she developed a rash on her face. She was otherwise completely healthy. Her tests revealed a shocking truth. Her creatine levels were extremely high. She was referred to PGIMER Chandigarh, where she was diagnosed with kidney failure. Her creatine had reached 3.9. She was advised to start dialysis and remained on it for a year. At first, her father wanted to donate his kidney, but due to his own heart health issues, he could not proceed. That's when her husband, Mr. Jaskaran Singh, stepped forward and gave her the most selfless gift, his kidney. Their transplant was done in 2022, and now 3 years later, they are both healthy and doing well. She recently participated in the PGI Transplant Games organized by Roto PGI and Organ India, where she proudly won a medal. The experience gave her a new purpose. It showed her how much more one can achieve with the second chance given to her. They have one son. His name is Sabatpreet Singh, age 11 years. I welcome Dr. Nirmaljeet Kaur and Mr. Jaskaran Singh. Please give your views and first of all, accept my heartiest congratulations for your recent achievements in Dresden, Germany. You have shown India is not less than anyone by winning the Best Donors Transplant Award, Games Award, athlete. So give your things about how it has happened and then what decision, how you have taken the decision, how the society reacted, how your family members reacted, how the medical fraternity reacted, and then post-operative, how is your life? Mr. Jaswaran Singh and Dr. Singh.
Hello everyone, myself Jaskan Singh. First of all, I thanks everyone and Rotarian sir, Lal sir, who gave us the opportunity to express our feelings about uh, what we had in last bad phase, then good phase, and this one is extremely good phase. With the help of Team Organ India, they guide us. Why are you not participating in the World Transplant Games? Then they gave us an opportunity to participate in this World Transplant Game, and by luck of gold, I got 4 gold medals, 1 silver, and best donor athlete. Thanks to everyone, and rest Nirmalji tells you everything.
Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank
Oh,
Rotary Club.
is it audible?
Audible.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to thank you, Rotary Club, and all the members to give us opportunity to speak on importance of organ donation and to attend this meeting and about my journey regarding pre-transplant and transplant. I would like to tell you that as sir said, in 2019, I was I was extremely healthy, and all of a sudden I have just like in summer I have small pimples or rash on my face, and after that I got blood investigations done which showed my creatinine levels are abnormal and high. After that I seek medical consultations from PGI, and where I was diagnosed as having IgA nephropathy, and which in turn in like CKD, chronic kidney disease. So with that, doctor has advised us for few medicines. Initially, I doctor put me on some medicines, but during that phase, like for 6 months, I was okay. Later on, my creatinine level raised gradually, and I have to go on dialysis. So for 1 year, I was on dialysis, and it was a very difficult phase to manage family and the dialysis and my job all together. But in all these phases, my family, my in-laws family, and my husband helped me and supported me in all my phases. Even during my illness phase, my husband supported me after his job also. In day, night, he was like with me all the time in hospital and all. And for 4 hours and 5 hours, I was on dialysis, and he waited all the way. And after that, he took the decision to donate his kidney to me. But initially, I refused. No, how it will be possible? Your blood group is different and all. He said, you are not the decider. Let the doctor decide, and you just let me get my blood investigation done, and let the doctor decide. And then he approached PGI doctors, and he underwent all the investigations, which are for like blood matching and all. And after that, like transplant, I got my transplant done and Fab 2022. And from that, after that, I am absolutely healthy. Initially, for 1 year and 1 to 2 years, I was thinking like being a healthy after transplant is everything for me. But when I come to know about the PGI games, Roto Games, National Games, which was done in March 2022, and in that I have come to know that after transplant you are only healthy is one thing, and to play and participate in sports is another level, that you can live a life full full of it, है ना? So after that I participated in Roto Games, and I come to know about Organ India organization, and they have helped me lot in participations, registrations in every phase. from the PGI games to going to the Germany, Dresden, and everything. Organ India, Prachur Foundation, and all the supporters like Manav Rachna University, they have given us a 1 week training session also. As I was playing volleyball, I was in volleyball team of India, so they have given me Manav Rachna camp. So it was very helpful for us. And Subros and Dinesh Vyas Foundation, all were helping us during all the journey. And all support, full support from my family during all these days. And in Germany, also our team managers from Organ India, Mr. Shankar, Sunena ma'am, and Apradita ma'am and Dr. Shubh, all were like a family members, starting from the visas, procedures, and everything. They helped us very much and take care of everything in Germany for us. And I would like to thank you, Organ India, from our part also. And in Dresden, it was very good experience while playing there and competing with other countries. It was a very big place we get it. So in that, I participated in 3000 race walk, volleyball team, and ball throw also. And my husband participated in long jump, 100-meter race, and darts, petanque, and ball throw. Just go.
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone. Yeah, sorry, continue.
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yeah, the my experience in Dresden Games. One thing more, I just want to tell you in that platform, I want one more donation from my side. That is bone marrow. That I want to donate bone marrow to voluntary. The second donation I want to. But in Indian condition, let me check the condition. What are the complications we are going to face? How voluntary is their voluntary bone marrow donation is there? I'm going to do one thing more. These are my medals. Yeah, want to hear. Thank you.
Actually, during the games of Dresden, he met a lot of people, donors, especially from other countries. Those have donated their organs voluntarily. They don't know who is the
Recipient one.
recipient, and they have donated. They have pledged it, and they have donated. They are living donors without knowing who is getting their organs.
Yes,
So from
yes, you are
from there,
right.
he want.
This is possible in UK, and I would like to bring the attention of Rotarian Kirat Mistry here. In UK, Rotarian Kirat Mistry, what she's saying, and what I have learned, that it is possible that if I want to donate my kidney, one of my kidney, I can fill up the form and donate it voluntarily. I don't know where it will go. Is it correct, Rotarian Kirat Mistry? Can you vouch for it?
Kirit, unmute yourself, please. Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. You can be an altruistic donor, and you can go to the hospital and say, I'd like to donate one of my kidneys or part of my liver. And Jessica and Doctor, nice to meet you. We were in Dresden, and you know it's great. You were the highlight of Dresden, so it's good. And I hope you keep the in 2 years in Belgium. I would like to see more gold medals from both of you.
Thank you. Thank you. We will.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Kirat Mistry. One thing, because I can see that Rotarian, not Rotarian, Sunaina Singh from Organ India is there. If she can be highlighted, because I have something which I would like to put my views. If she can also join our discussion. The thing is, as Rotarian Kirat Mistry has mentioned about the donation. Now, when we talk about donation, the donation is where the thing is going, where our kidney is going. If we know, because what we are doing, we term it as an organ donation in India, or we are not donating, we are giving to our own family. It is like this, that Mr. Jaskaran Singh has given some money to his wife for the expenses, can it be termed as a donation? Or if he has gone to Gurdwara and donated some money there, that is the real donation. What you say, Ms. Sunaina Singh, about this, whether the organ donation, what we term here in India, is a correct terminology, or the organ donation, what is happening in UK and other countries, where the people are not aware where the kidney is going, that is the real donation. Because we are talking about India and UK today. So that's why I want your views, what you say about this. Can you unmute?
And Rotarian, just before Sunena speaks, Jaskaran, here is a living proof that even after donating an organ, look at his competitive level. He is winning the medals. So all those people who are thinking that you will become a person once you donate, here are the live examples in Germany that the person goes strong and maybe is winning more medals than he would have not won if he was just complete person. So well done. So here there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And Sunaya Singh, your comments to what Rotarian Lal asked you. Over to you.
Yes, hi. So one thing I want to say about Jaskaran is that he told me right after the games that, I'm so glad I donated because my real life has started now. If I hadn't donated, all this wouldn't have happened to me. So that's a really nice way of looking at it. Mr. Goyal, you always ask these very difficult questions. So yeah, I mean, both are donations. It's just that obviously the one that is done without knowing would be that's a real donation because you just want to donate. Whereas, of course, here in India, because of the laws, we are only donating to family members. But definitely,
Will it be termed as a donation, or we are giving
yeah,
kidney
you're
or
investing in
liver
your
to
own
our...
future, right? You're helping your own
No.
family.
Yeah, you are helping. So we cannot term it as a donation, because
No, it is still donation.
if we are teaching our children, or we are giving them some money, or we cannot say that we are donating to them or to our family, our wife or husband. It is our duty to do that. But the real donation is what a doctor has mentioned, that where there is no one, we don't know where our kidney is going, where our liver is going, like in UK. And that's why that is, I consider, a real organ donation. And Ms. Sunaina Singh, I cannot leave you because I know you are the person who was the first to bring me or taught me about the organ donation thing. I cannot forget, and I have to repeat again and again. And thank you for organizing such a wonderful games, international games you are organizing every second year. Credit goes to you as well as Organ India, because it's a very, very big task. It's not an easy thing. And I know whenever I meet her and whenever we have a discussion, how much problems one face to organize such type of programs, or to take the athletes from India to on an international platform. It's not easy thing. Without proper support from everywhere, which I also feel that we should all come together and try to pursue the government, when the Paralympics can be recognized, when all other things can be recognized, why this organ transplant games, which are in two ways, are important. First way is it shows that the donor as well as the recipients are as fit as they are earlier, or as normal person, which is a myth, because people feel that once you are donating something, your life will be not as normal as you were earlier. Similarly, a recipient, they say, even if you will get this, what you will do? You will be a vegetative person. You will be in your house taking medicines day and night. So this myth is removed by our participants today, and congratulations to them. And I must say, you are like a godmother for this, Sunena Singh ji,
Sure.
for this type
Sure.
of game, because you are the person who is doing this, and all the best to you. Now I can see, I will be coming back to you, Jaskaran Singh ji, again and again. Don't worry. And Sunena ji also to you with some tough questions. But I can see now Rotanian Rupa Arora as well as Mr. P.K. Ratan has joined again. I'm sure now there will be no network problem. So now please start your things. Already I have introduced you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for making us part of this wonderful event. First of all, I would like to thank all present here for this opportunity. Sir has already introduced ourselves. During 2011, I got this trouble for the first time. So it was a very problematic situation for me. I was lying totally on the bed. The situation became worst, and ultimately, the matter was so concerned that doctor said the only option for my survival is liver transplant. My bilirubin level was very high. It was around 23. So the life was miserable. I was having bleeding gums. Everything was restricted, and I lost every chance of the hope that I could survive. But ultimately,
No.
when I proceeded for the
I
treatment.
think some trouble is there even your this network.
Pardon, Stana Singh. What?
Your again network is giving problem. Okay, please go ahead. I think now it's just go ahead again.
Yes. My position was very critical. I started searching how could I survive on the Google. Then I met so many people who donated organs, and particularly about liver. I found a website where so many addresses, so many mobile numbers were given. I started contacting all those people one by one, and then I draw the decision that there must be chances for me to survive. Then I approached Medanta Hospital, Gurugram, and I got checked myself from Dr. Arvinder Swain. The day when we met Dr. Arvinder Swain, just seeing me on the very first day, we were both with the doctor, and he outrightly said that the only chance to survive is the liver transplant, and it is the emergent transplant. It is needed immediately. So the question was again donor. So doctor have told that your wife, without any test, he was having so much experience that without any test, he immediately declared that your wife will be your donor. So I put questions, Doctor Saab, you didn't get any even no test, and you and he just asked about our blood group, which was fortunately the same AB positive. So immediately the decision was drawn, the date was fixed, but ultimately we had to go through all the procedure, the committee procedure. Then I was invited before the committee. My wife's parents even were also involved through all the process. So ultimately, it was decided that I will be operated for this surgery on the scheduled day. Even there were very different things coming in my mind that may we meet again in this life after the surgery. It was a very big surgery otherwise. So ultimately, I got it in Medanta in 2011. On the fourth day, I got hepatic artery thrombosis, and ultimate life was again on stake. So I was again re-explored. I was again admitted to ICU. Again went to surgery, another surgery. Then after that, my position was so critical. I thought I could not survive. I remained in ICU continuities for 10 to 11 days. And thereafter, my hospital stay was prolonged. Almost 21 days, 22 days around, I was admitted I remained in the hospital. But one thing was sure, I was making humble request to God that you give me one chance for this life. I will dedicate this life for in your service. So ultimately, my treatment due to hepatic artery thrombosis was prolonged. It took almost 3 months. Anticoagulant injection was given continuously for daily. It was given, and risk was very much involved. Thereafter, my life was the day got discharged from the hospital. it was totally changed. Day by day, it was improved. We started doing all the sports activity, starting from morning, evening walks to cycling. And ultimately, we participated in World Transplant Games in 2019. We were 14 persons at that time. Reena Raju, who was heart recipient, twicely she underwent heart transplant. She was the team manager at that time. It is really Goyal sir told that Sunaina Singh ji managed such a huge team this time. It's a very wonderful, and congratulations to Organ India as well, because we have already seen that there is a very challenging job for team manager as well to handle the entire team. But this time it is really a big thing. There's such a big team participated, represented India, and won so many medals. At that time, people were not so willing to participate at the international level. The life was totally changed thereafter. And as I'm already in government job, I was still holding charge of 2-3 offices. And during this situation, I completed 2 post graduations, and my wife completed 3 post graduations. And we were blessed with the son 3 years after this organ donation and my transplant. So now we are 2 lives. Single yes saved 2 lives. Our son could see this world only and only if somebody said yes to organ donation. But I feel still there is a lot to do. Yesterday, I want to share particularly, yesterday I was in some event in Gurdwara Sahib at Morinda, where a kidney donor's legacy was honored. I played a crucial role 4 to 5 years back. The lady, Surinderjit Kaur Bhatia, she got brain hemorrhage. Her kidneys and cornea was donated at PGI. It was in some private hospital where she was admitted, but unfortunately, that was not a retrieval center at that time. I had to involve with the PGI team, and we shifted that body to the PGI unit, and there her organ were donated. And on the day of her bhog ceremony, I requested PGI authorities to hold a camp in the Gurdwara Sahib campus itself, and they agreed, and we held that camp at that time, and almost 100 people pledged the organs. And yesterday was again a celebration of that soul who is still alive among us. And yesterday I intervened a lot with the help of Roto. We held that event. People still are resistant. Even young people, they were saying, no, we will have to discuss. We were making requests for the pledging of the organ. It was just a matter that let us convey message for this donation. But people were still hesitant. A lot is needed to be done for promotion of this organ awareness. Because if she can say yes, or Jaskaran can say yes and can save lives, then alone living donation cannot do, because the list is very long. For that purpose, deceased donation is must, and we all should come forward. I'm thankful to my wife. I'm thankful for the system. Thankful Almighty. Thankful my transplant surgeon, Dr. Arvinder Swain, who gave me this second chance. And this second chance is totally dedicated to the cause. Whatever we can do, we are doing our best. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. P.K. Ratan. And I know your capabilities because the first week of August, I just, from the airport, I sent a message to him that boarded for Chandigarh. I have not informed earlier to him, but immediately he said, gave me a call and he says, if you are coming to Chandigarh for how many days? I said, just for a night, and next day I'm going back. So he asked me whether I organize a program of yours in a school tomorrow morning. I said, yes, I won't mind because morning I am free. And he organized a program. Then during that time only, he said, why not you make the Roto chief here in Chandigarh? So, and he organized that meeting also. So I found that because of his work which he is doing after post-operative about the organ donation, his position, his and his wife, both position are so much in the administration, in the medical fraternity, in the schools, etc., that they can do many things. And I'm sure what the same thing Jaskaran and Dr. Kaur can also show. And this is the real, they are the real heroes, because if they can show that we can play, we can win the medals, and we are as fit as a normal person, then definitely a very good message goes to the society. So thank you very much. You would like to say something, Rotarian Rupa Arora?
Yes, sir. I also want to share my story. In 2011, I made one of the most important decision of my life. I donated a part of my liver to my husband. At first, it was not easy choice because at that time my daughter was also very uh, small and she was only 8 years old. There were so many doubts and fears in my mind, but my desire to help and give someone a second chance at life was stronger than my fear. The surgery was successful and my liver regenerated within a few months. Today, more than a decade later, I am living a completely normal life and active life. In fact, I went on to complete my three postgraduate degrees and gave birth to a healthy son after surgery, and even participated in World Transplant Games to inspire others. I every time I also participated in PG games which were held by the PGI Roto team. My journey taught me that organ donation is not just about saving one's life; it gives hope to the entire family. It spreads love and it inspires a chain of kindness. And continue to work actively to spread organ donation. About organ donation, I clear myths and motivate others to take this life-saving step. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Rupa Arora, because the way you people talk, that will be more effective than what we talk, because we have not suffered, we have not undergone any knife for the transplant, but you suffered, your husband suffered, Jaskran Singh suffered, his wife suffered, not we. So thank you very much. Please stay. We will be coming to back to you. And now I would like to introduce and invite my next guest. Would you like to ask some questions now, or can we take it afterwards once we will Mr. Ankul Goswami, you want to ask right now or afterwards?
I don't want to ask something. I just as a part of continuation of the issue about donation.
Yeah.
If in your family is actually constitute donation. As a medical legal expert, I'm in that particular field as well. There are fundamentally classified as anything that you give voluntarily is donation. Full stop. Whether you're giving it to your own family member, you're not giving to anybody else, doesn't make any difference. What matters is voluntary, and it should be without any payment or without coercion. So these are the two fundamental vertical issues. Then there is something called directed donation. That means you give it to somebody, you direct your organ to somebody else. And there is something called non-directed donation. And there's another thing that we call is deceased. Somebody has just passed away and you take it. That's a different part. But the reality is it should be voluntary, and it should be without coercion, and it should be without payment. But you must remember that in the Western world and otherwise also, you can give the donation to somebody with an ulterior motive as well. So in the courts, we have to argue the matters. Was the matter because of you had an ulterior motive or not? And that becomes a very interesting and complicated ethical and moral discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ankul Goswami, for giving this information. Now, I would like to invite my next guests who are with us today. They are joining from USA, and I will just introduce them to you. They are Rotarian Regina Gupta and Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Both Rotarian Regina Gupta donated her kidney to her husband, Rotarian Sunil Gupta, and he is a recipient. The Rotarian Regina Gupta is honorary member of our club, and Rotarian Sunil Gupta is a club public image chair of Rotary Club of Organ Donation International. They stayed at Sunnyvale, California, USA. We would like to know from their experience, what they have suffered, how they have decided and their experience, because they have done, or the transplant took place in USA, what they say about in that area, in that part of the world, what is the situation. And because Rotarian Sunil Gupta belongs to India or originally now, although now he's a citizen there, but he knows the conditions of India. So his views on that also. So welcome Rotarian Regina Gupta as well as Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Your views, please.
Yeah, good evening and global namaste to everybody joining this meeting. We heard a lot of great stories already. My story started, I've been in the US for a while, but hailed from India, as Rotarian Lal Goyal said. 2 generations above me suffered for not having access to life-saving life-saving organ donations. My grandmother passed away. That's how this story started. I suffered from a genetic disease called polycystic kidneys, which gets passed down. It's a dominant gene that gets passed down generations. And my grandmother died of it. My father also suffered from it, and then I inherited, unfortunately. And in my 4th decade, in my 40s, I basically no reason or nothing that I did. My kidneys failed, and I was looking at basically end of life scenarios. But fortunately, we living in California, which has amazing access to medical technology, and I was able to get a second chance of life almost 14 years ago. So very, very grateful to get this extension of life. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this meeting. So I want to tell you that it is a life of gratitude. The last 14 years has been a life that I have tried to contribute to society greatly. We are both advocates, and I'll let my wife talk soon. Advocates for organ donation. All of our friends have volunteered and signed up for deceased organ donation. In our community, unfortunately, the people are not super altruistic. We see a lot of drives, even here in the United States, for bone marrow transplantation and things like that. And I think our community is gun shy to come up and volunteer. So that is a cause that I've taken personally. And I wish every one of us actually, in some way or form, signs up to save lives. There's no greater or noble cause. And again, before I give my wife a chance to talk, I just want to say publicly, I'm so grateful to her for saving my life. She's my hero.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for inviting me to this platform. I've spoken here before, I think, a couple weeks ago, or maybe 6 weeks ago or so. But all I have to say is that, when you're going through something like this, a support system is required. And I have to say, and I'm incredibly thankful for the support system I had, the friends, the colleagues I had. My dad was alive at the time, and family that stood by and supported me. And it was a year of preparation that I did. And in that 1 year, I had incredible friends that would wake up with me at 4 a.m., go to the gym, work out with me, go for walks, getting me the best nutrition, vitamins, and things like that for me to stay healthy. And, as Sunil said, it's been 14 years. We celebrated our 14th anniversary last Sunday. And life has been great. Along this journey in 2016, I was diagnosed with a late stage of ovarian cancer. And I had several organs that were removed at that time. But I am very thankful to be sitting here today and sharing that with you all. It's the lifestyle you choose and how you contribute to the society, and everything along that journey, I think has helped me to be positive and continue living a good life. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Rotarian Regina Gupta, as well as Rotarian Sunil Gupta, and we know that how much work you are doing for creating awareness wherever you are getting a chance, even in your community, because organ donation awareness is required across the world, across the borders. It has nothing to do with one country. Yes, our country in India, there's a still require more, but all other countries also require that one. So thank you very much. Now I would like to take up Dr. Alisha. I think she has joined. Dr. Alisha is there. Dr. Alisha, if you can unmute yourself and switch on your video, please. Dr. Alisha is there. Yes, Dr. Alisha is there. I will just introduce her to our viewers. Dr. Alisha Chaubal, she is a principal consultant hepatology, liver disease unit, Nanavati Max Institute of Liver, Intestine and Pancreas Sciences, Nanavati Max Super Specialty Hospital, Mumbai. Welcome, Dr. Alisha Chaubal on our show. Dr. Alisha Chaubal, till now you have heard the reality about those donors and recipients. They have given their views. The one is the liver donor, two are the kidney donors, and you being the in the medical field, you are seeing the reality there in the hospital when the patients are coming, and you are doing lots of work for them. We would like to know from you your views on organ donation awareness in India as well as in UK, whatsoever views you want to give, plus your views on the infrastructure, what we have in India, the laws, what we have, because you are dealing with all of them. So Dr. Alisha, please.
Thank you, sir, for that kind introduction. So would you like to have like a small presentation, or
Yeah,
should
yes,
it just
yes,
be an open discussion?
No, please give the presentation if you have. You can do
Okay.
it. You can share the presentation.
So the screen sharing is disabled.
No, now try.
Yeah. So I'll just make it quick. So I don't think this is anything new. This is all that we know, but it just shows the disparity amongst India and probably UK, since we have maximum representation from there. So as you can see, the organ donation rate in India is really low. It is only
We can't see your
0.34 per
PPT.
million.
We can't see your presentation right now. Yes, now it is started. Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as you can see the statistics, it's only 0.34 per million in India, whereas in the United Kingdom, there's like 19.8 deceased donors which are present. As you can see, we are doing much more in terms of organ transplantation surgically. Of course, our population is much more compared to the UK, but we are doing around 18,000 transplants per year in India, whereas it's like 5,500, 4,500 done in UK. So this is the reality. So there are almost like 20 patients dying daily just waiting for organs. Every 10 minutes we have somebody who gets added to the organ list. So even in UK, it is like 40% of the donations are living donor. Though the deceased donor, this is much better over there. So what is the reason why there is a disparity in India and in UK? So the biggest disparity is the opt-in and the opt-out system. So in India, it is the opt-in system, wherein after your relative or a family member dies, you have to explicitly give consent, as in you have to opt in to donate the organs. So I believe that it is a period of so much grief that the first thing that you don't think of is organ donation. Whereas in UK and US, they follow the opt-out system in which the consent is presumed. unless somebody says that they don't want to go ahead with the donation. So, what are the major challenges in India? The first and foremost are the religious and the superstitious beliefs, wherein many of the religions are against somebody, surgically or disfigurement after death is not like a very accepted thing. There is lack of public awareness, there's family resistance to the consent. There is a big gender disparity. So, this is more so seen in the living donations, where almost 70% of the donors are female donors. And the vice versa is not true for males, though our current group does not indicate that. So there are other issues as well. Not all centers are certified centers for organ generations, and not a lot of hospitals do opt for organ generation because they believe that their center will get a bad name and trying to, be known as a hospital which tends to generate lot of organs. Hence, not many hospitals actively want to enter that bracket. I think the UK obstacle is also in our Asiatic community. So the blacks, the Asiatic, and the minor ethnic communities are the ones in which the organ donation rate has been seen to be low. Some states in India are doing better than the others. These are the southern states. Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh are doing better than the others. So, what is the government doing? The government has, apportioned almost 150 crores of funds for the National Organ Transplant Program. July has been declared as an organ donation month. So, transplant types, there's an average waiting of around 3 to 5 years in India for a kidney transplant, whereas that disparity is not so much in the UK. Same goes for liver transplants. 1,800 liver transplants have been done per year. There are around 65 centers performing the liver transplants. These are the heart transplant statistics and the lung transplant statistics. So Spain leads in being able to generate the maximum number of cadaveric donations, followed by the US, whereas India is low on the list. So these are some of the things that we can do to, enable our work forward. So just to highlight a few things, I think, as I said, why it is so difficult for us to generate organs is because of the opt-in system. Like when your relative passes away, the first thing that you think of is never about donating organs for whatever reasons, for sentimental reasons or, for cultural reasons. So that's why this move has to actually come from the government to make it an opt-out system. But I don't know how much favor it will be met with by the general population. The second thing is we need to have better government awareness campaigns. So actually, Aishwarya Rai campaigning for, eye donation really picked up the rates of cornea donation. So we need to have like, bigger government programs which promote organ donation. Social media platforms can also do it, and of course, organizations like Rotary can have a big role to play in organ generation. So, living donor liver transplant is, it is 90% of our transplants are living donor liver transplants, and we actually see the donors go through that period, of doubt and then it's like an absolute endpoint where you absolutely have no other option, and then the donor willingly or unwillingly donates most of the times. So increasing the cadaveric pool will really help in that front. So I think we should have like a this with the government where we can sit down and make some things where how we could increase the amount of organ donations without really hurting the religious sentiments or causing any backlash. So that's my
Thank you, Dr.
view about
Alisha.
it.
Dr. Alisha, I would like to say a few things. First thing you said about religion. No religion in India is against organ donation. Whether it is Hindus, whether it Muslims, Christians, even Sikhism or Jainism. The only few of the, in Hindi we say dharam ke thekedar, those who think that they are the real persons, they say something against organ donation.
Correct. So
But
that's the whole
otherwise,
thing.
no religion. Because we all know that
But
in
this,
Hindus,
the problem is this dharam ke thekedar have lot of followers, no?
that's
So that's
for,
where
for that
we
for
get
that
stuck.
the for that the public should understand, because see, we are like you are in Mumbai, and the Mumbai just we have just celebrated Ganpati Visarjan, and he is the first god of Hindus. We say that he is the first person to be prayed, and if we believe in Ganpati, we have to believe in organ donation, because organ transplant was done. The entire head was transplanted at that time. Either we should not believe in Ganpati, or if we believe, then we should believe in organ transplant and organ donation. So this is similarly, if we believe in Lord Krishna in Gita, in chapter 2, verse 22, very clearly says that as the body discard the old clothes, the soul discard the old body. Now, my question to everybody, I always ask whether we are burning those clothes or we are burying them. Neither we are burning nor we are burying. What we are doing? We are donating to somebody who is in need. So Lord Krishna very well says at that time in Gita, when the body is discarding old clothes, you are donating. Similarly, soul is discarding the old body. So when the body has been discarded, we should donate the things which are helpful to give to somebody new life. We are not doctor. I am not a doctor. You are a doctor. You can save the lives. But we have the power. God has given us the power that if I will be declared brain dead, I can give new lives to 9 persons and improve 75 lives. Now, this is even doctors can't do, because if there is a kidney failure or a liver failure or heart failure, you require heart, you require kidney, until unless we will not go in the xenotransplantation, which is my next question to you. Do you believe what Mr. Putin and Mr. Xi has spoken off the record during that parade recently in China, which was viral, in which Mr. Xi has mentioned to Mr. Putin that now the life span will increase to 150 years because of organ transplantation. And before that, there was a news that one pig lungs were transplanted in China, and that person survived for 34 weeks. What you say about that, Dr. Alisha, about xenotransplantation? Can we go for, because as you rightly said, in India, it's not easy. I am trying for last 9 years, giving talks, but there is no infrastructure, as I told earlier, so many barriers. But until unless if we will have this xenotransplantation, where we will get the organs from the pigs or other animals, whether it will it will be a success in India or not. What are your views about that, Dr. Bishop?
Yeah, so I don't think culturally it will be a barrier. Like people who have organ failure, they are in such desperate need that if it is a successful procedure, I don't think anybody, should have any thought about it. It is about the same thing as you said, like the person survived for 34 weeks. So the survival till now has not been long enough anywhere to, encourage a pure xenotransplant where you get organs from pigs. Since if you know the insulin which was made, the first insulin was pig's insulin. So the pig is the creature which has the closest genetic makeup closest to a human being. So that is what people are trying. People are trying things like 3D printing, but nobody has yet been able to make an organ in its native form. So a lot of research going on there, a lot of exciting stuff happening there. But I mean, that is some way to go still.
Yeah, but some time will come, not now, with maybe after 10 years or 5 years or 20 years, when the immunity will be more and the acceptance will be more of this xenotransplant. What do you say about this, Mr. Rotarian Kirat Mistry, about xenotransplantation? In UK, whether you are also a government or NHS or doctors are doing this research on xenotransplantation is on or not?
From my knowledge, there's some of the universities are looking into it, but it's still early days, and I'm not. But in terms of the question, I was really wanting to kind of explore is this opt out in India, because clearly in the UK we've gone to opt out, and we were pleased to go down the opt out, but as you can see from the statistics, it's showing that people are still refusing. And because here the families can override their decision, so the families still have to be consented, even though we're an opt-out system. So I think in India, I'm not sure if an opt-out system, going down the opt-out system, would work, because you're already getting the donations, but it needs more public engagement, more awareness, education. That's where we're seeing a challenge here in the UK as well, in terms of that conversation, awareness, public awareness, that we need to do more of.
But Rotarian Kirat Mistry, UK figure says that in 2020 to 2019, before the opt-out system, because opt-out system was introduced on 20th May 2020 in UK. Before that, the 2019 figure says up to 31st of March that 770 or 771 people lost their life. And the latest figure of 2024 says 418 or 410 lost their life. It means there is the mortality rate has reduced in comparison to when the opt-in system and opt-out system. And one thing you rightly said, that like USA is also having an opt-in system. It's not an opt-out system. But there, the mortality rate is far less than India. There, the last year figure says approximately 6,700 or so people lost their life. And if we will compare the population of USA is almost 1/4 of what we have in India. So even if we multiply four times or 4.2 times, it works out to be about 30,000. While in India, more than 5 lakhs, and this 5 lakhs, as in my opening remark, I said very, very clearly, is not a correct figure, because we are talking of 15% or the 16% of the population, because we have the infrastructure where only these cities are having, like Mumbai, etc. And secondly, what is very alarming in India is that the brain death, which are not occurring more in metros. Nobody can die so much in Mumbai or Delhi, because the traffic is not having that much speed in cities. We are traveling by 20 kilometers or so. While on highways, where the speed limit is up to 120 kilometers now in India, where the accidents are occurring, there is no infrastructure, there are no trauma center, there are no retrieval center. So don't you think that first thing we should do in India is to create the infrastructure, then to, because as everybody says about creating awareness, I know that the figure also says that 85% of the population in India has not heard the name of organ donation. For 84%, and the rest 16%, 9% are those who suffered either themselves for transplant, or they have donated, or they have heard from their relatives, and 7% are those NGOs who are creating the awareness. So don't you think the first primary thing in India should be to create infrastructure in those cities where there are no such type of infrastructure? And as Dr. Alisha has mentioned about the opt-out system, so that at least those whose organs can be taken, can be taken, because otherwise opt-in system, as she rightly said, that at the time of that death or the brain death, the trauma is so much that no relatives can even think to donate. What do you say about this?
So I think you're right. The infrastructure has to be created, but I think we can't just rely on governments. They need to ensure that the infrastructure is done at more of a grassroots level in terms of using, working with the community, working with the faith organizations. That's where you will see the better education. But the infrastructure, the investment is not being done in the community, in those faith organizations, in grassroots NGOs, because they're the ones who are more closer to the reality than our government. So that's why the government has the duty, but we have to work in more collaboration. But you're right, the retrieval centers is something that you have to go down, and also the infrastructure on every state, because India is a big country. So it's where you start, and how you start there is the question, really.
No, you rightly said, yes, you rightly said that we require infrastructure, that community or the society has a responsibility. But the question which Dr. Alisha might be able to reply is that big hospitals can get because there is a license system. License has to be obtained for retrieval of organs, or to declare brain death, or to transplant the organs. And this is a very cumbersome process. Although in all medical colleges, there is all facilities are there. Otherwise, the hospital cannot be termed as a medical college, cannot be formed. But unfortunately, for the organ transplants, the conditions are such that either due to red tape is I can say, because I have met many of the SOTO people. I'm also on the advisory board of the SOTO Karnataka. But the only thing is, because nobody wants to take the chance to give the license, and many things are happening recently. There was a news in Tamil Nadu also. Now they have reformed, they have changed the system for the giving the approvals also. So when these things are happening, it is also the duty of government, as well as the community, as well as the NGOs and medical fraternity. All the stakeholders have to come together and see to it that we must get this thing. I can see the hand of Mr. Kamal raised. Yes, please ask the question.
Yeah, no. So just one comment here in terms of as you might know, so I'm part of Rotary Club of Organ Donation in Bangalore, RCOD India in Bangalore. So there, just about a couple of months back, we had conducted a session for how to set up and run non-transplant organ retrieval centers. In Karnataka, as you might know, they have sanctioned 22 medical colleges to act as NTORCs. So I think more on that, if other states can adopt and follow, I think that will be the way forward to increase the rates of organ retrievals, from non-metros, let's say.
Yeah, you are right. See, the problem in India is that the health is a state subject. The same thing is in USA also. But in USA, even if it's a federal government and the state governments, but they have so much openness, and they do so much work. They are working 24/7. While in India, there is a limit to the hospitals or the offices which closes at the normal time. We should have all those changes are required drastically. Only then Indian conditions can improve. Rotarian Kirat Mistry knows when he invited me to Rotary Club of Leicester to give a talk on organ donation. There I gave the statistics of the women, what Dr. Alisha has mentioned. At that time, it was 80% were the women were donors and 19% were the recipients. And they were very much amazed. But then I gave the figures of UK at that time. I don't know the latest figure, but at that time, the donors were 55% women and recipients were 40%. So there's that that difference is there everywhere in the world, but there is narrow gap in that country. But in India, it is too much, which I am sure now the new generation has to give the reality. Yes, please. Yes, Mr. Goswami.
Thank you, Rotarian Goel. One thing about xenograft, it is very widely used in UK, I have personally used xenograft for quite a few replacement of, say, torn ligaments and other kind of tissues, and I usually pick that's very widely used. But where it is used very often is cardiac valve replacements, where you can find potential use. But I've not been able to get it through the normal NHS channel. But I usually just order a company and they'll come and supply that same thing to you. And next thing was about the infrastructure that you've been emphasizing on. I think once you have the infrastructure readily available, I'm absolutely convinced that majority of Indians will come automatically and give their body for donation. I'm quite certain it will happen.
Correct.
I
Yes, you are
think in
right.
India, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt, I
Yeah,
think there is
please.
a big this on, malpractice and
Exactly.
exploitation of the poor. That
Exactly.
is a major concern why, there isn't like an intense drive for organ donation. So
As,
that,
as a, as a medical legal expert, that's one of the issues that I have been discussing with some of my friends.
yeah,
You'll be quite surprised that majority of organ donations are taking place just because there is an illegal system which does not actually constitute in donation in the real sense, because it should
correct.
be done voluntarily. But if there is a monetary involvement, then it's not constituted donations, but yet they are considered to be donations on paper.
No, but in India, you rightly say the monetary and the malpractice, what she says. But the thing is, until unless we will not have the infrastructure,
That's right.
infrastructure is required, and for that, red tape is there. Although big hospitals are trying their best, but until unless they will not get organs, and the organs cannot be confined to a particular city. It is everywhere, scattered everywhere. As Rotarian Kirat Mistry said, India is a vast country, although area-wise it's not that vast, but population-wise, yes, we are quite this thing. And as Dr. Alisha has given figure of 18,000 surgeries we are doing every year, and we are third in the world today. But UK is doing almost 5,000. Now multiply 5 with 20, because the population of UK is 20 times less than India. So if we multiply 20, that figure goes to 1 lakh. And we are doing 80,000, 100,000 versus 18,000. So we are nowhere. We give the figures just to befool us that we are doing third, we are involved in third number. But we are not third. We have to come there, give the real picture to the public at large. But and what Dr. Goswami has mentioned, it is very correct. If we will have facilities all over the country, definitely the public or the people will come forward. We have seen that we have the examples like Jaskaran Singh or P.K. Ratan and his wife, or Sunil Gupta and others. So many donors, they are ready to donate, but they don't know where to go. People are asking me, giving me call, asking me what to be done, and there are no clues. So until unless you have that infrastructure in place, it is not possible, Dr. Goswami, that we can increase the organ donation rate or organ transplant in India. That is the first thing, and then definitely the awareness, because awareness will follow. Awareness, if today I am going to Mathura, it's my native place. If I go there and give a call to talk on organ donation awareness, they ask me one question only. Yes, okay, we are ready to donate. If anything happens to us, where will go? Do you think a person who declare, first thing, he will not be declared brain dead because there is no brain death committee. But even if suppose, presume that there is somebody declare, the doctor declare is a brain death, anybody will travel 150 kilometers to Delhi to see to it that the organs will be retrieved, and then they will bring back the body to for the cremation. No, it is not possible. So that's why that is the thing. Yes, please. You have raised the hand.
Actually, I think,
Yes, sorry.
sorry, we
One,
have a
one small comment.
fairly,
Yes,
sorry.
sorry.
Yes, Dr. Goswami, you plus.
I
Okay.
just wanted to say that one small comment is about the financial implications, because in UK, most of the people are covered with some sort of insurance, particularly critical illness cover. In India, most of the people will not have it. And I'm often concerned about when people talk about donations, who is going to pay for that surgery? Who is going to pay for the donor surgery? And the overall carrying the equipments and the material and organ parts to some other place. It's a very complicated, expensive process. So I do not know how people are addressing it. Frankly speaking, we don't talk about it simply because we don't know what the answers are.
No, I will tell you, Dr. Goswami. But before that, I think Dr. Alisha wants to make a point. Then I will give you a reply to them.
Yeah. No, so I was just talking about the infrastructure. I think India has a fairly well-developed health system anywhere, like even till the grassroots, up to the grassroots level. The only thing is that there's no push because nobody really benefits from generating organs, like
Dr.
the
Alisha,
hospital or
Dr.
whatever.
Alisha,
So there has to be some, I think there have to be some rules set probably. That is the only way that things will go
yes.
up.
Yes, we have to change
Yeah.
the mindset of the government pupils or even the public also. But now coming to your point, Dr. Goswami, I was doing earlier during the COVID time a media conference with Lal Goel every day for 1.5 hours. It's a live transmission on some South channels. And in one of my regular panelists was Dr. C.V. Anand Bose IAS, who was at that time the chief advisor to the government of India Labour. And right now he's the governor of West Bengal. He used to come on every Tuesday on my program. And in one program of on organ donation, although it was on a different topics every day, but on one program on organ donation, he says that Ayushman Bharat covers 5 lakhs rupees they pay for the BPL persons. So there is no problem. And my question at that time to him was, no, it's not sufficient because in Mumbai, for kidney transplant is about 7 to 10 lakhs of rupees. I am sure Dr. Alisha will vouch for me. Even the Nanavati hospital also charges the same. Even all the hospitals, private hospitals. For liver, it is approximately 20 to 25 lakhs. Heart goes to up to 50 lakhs. Lungs goes beyond 1 crore. So I said, how you think that, forget about the poor person, even a middle class or upper middle class can't afford the 1 crore rupees for just a transplant. So he wanted that particular thing and he asked me, how much you think? I said, the limit should be increased to 20 lakhs, approximately 20 to 25 lakhs. He took the clipping of that. He asked me to send the clipping of that particular program, a small clipping. He sent to our Honorable Prime Minister. And I am very happy to say that for organ donation only, the limit has been increased to 15 lakhs from 5 lakhs by our Honorable Prime Minister under PMJY scheme, which was given, but still the problem in red tape is why I am saying nobody knows about that. But our Honorable State Health Minister in 2023, he has given a reply in Lok Sabha, a star question, where he mentioned very clearly that this is the scheme up to 15 lakhs for all types of organ transplants for BPL patients. Recently, on 2nd of August, there was a program organized by NOTO and Ministry of Health and Family Welfare in Delhi, where our Health Minister, Mr. J.P. Nadda, announced publicly that I can send the speech who want to question, where he mentioned that the limit is 15 lakhs. But there is no awareness. Nobody talks. You rightly said, nobody talks about this. Because many doctors feel, I spoke to doctors, they say, Mr. Goel, why you are worried about BPL person? The below poverty person cannot survive in any case because he is going to go back and live in a very, very unhygienic conditions. So why you are worried about this? But this is not the correct thing. Until unless we will not save the life of everyone, whether it's rich or poor, we cannot say that India can become a Vishwaguru. This is my point. Yes. Yes. Now we can have a Rotarian Kirat, Mr. You want? Oh, yes, yes.
One small talk. Some of my very close friends who are actually liver transplants and organ transplant surgeons, sadly enough, they had to leave their practice because some of the things, particularly bearing people who are in the richer class, and when they come to the private hospitals for treatment, some of my friends had to leave their practice. This is that there's so much of bungling with money that it's not enjoyable anymore. So it is a small bit of funny sort of opinion, but I hope I'm not wrong.
No, you are right. If you go through a newspaper in Middle East, Al Jazeera, about 2 months back, they says one of the village in Bangladesh is having one kidney. Every person is having one kidney, and the other kidney has been taken out. They have given the names. I will not give the names on in public platform of a Delhi hospital two Delhi hospitals. They have given everything. They says those Bangladeshis people were brought to India. Their fake Aadhaar cards, PAN cards, everything, identity was created, and that's what's happening. There was a in when we are talking about UK, you can go for. I will not give the names, but I can give the date. 3rd of December 2023, Guardian newspaper has done a sting operation for India, and they found that 1,200 kidneys were taken out in a very big hospital in Delhi. This was reported in the newspaper. You can go through it, Rotary and Kirat Mystery. I will not name the hospital, they can sue me. But this is the condition. But even I say these are things are happening, but there are many hospitals, there are many doctors who are doing very, very good job. It is not that everyone is, there are some black sheep. We cannot leave our good deeds for want of, because of those things. But these are common, and it is not only, I think Neil Kumarji is.
Yeah, we would like to let our viewers know about the next week's episode before we continue our discussion on organ donation. Next week, we all are bringing for you Ayurveda special episode as we are celebrating the World Ayurveda Day on 23rd of September 2025. Ayurveda for people and planet, and the concern is about healthy lifestyle and the tips to live a healthy lifestyle so that nobody has to um, work on the problems that people face because of the unhealthy lifestyle and the consequences of damaged organs.
Now, my question to you, Dr. Alisha, is, do you think the lifestyle plays a very, very important role in keeping our organs healthy? Because we are talking of those whose organs have been damaged or failure because of the. So, do you think the lifestyle plays a big role in India? So that's why we have so many patients line up for organ transplants.
Yes, definitely. Now, talking about liver, if you see the affluent class, like now the highest number of patients with liver disease are the ones who have diabetes or obesity. So everything is moving towards, like leading the unhealthy lifestyle. Uh, the poorer class are the ones who are victims to addictions like alcohol. What is very important is it's very easy to say ki, yeah, his liver has failed and you do a transplant. It is very important to see what he does with the new liver. As in, lot of times you see that the patient goes back to drinking alcohol or, goes back to the same unhealthy habits which they had pre-transplant and the organ survives for, say, let's say 4 to 5 years. So you have not done a big service to either the donor or the patient that way. So even the post-transplant follow-up is very important. What we also don't realize is that post-transplant also, it costs money for immunosuppression. So a lot of patients just stop taking immunosuppression after a year or so. So it's like a continued process. So, in a hospital, like I think there has to be like continued care at all levels to see that you maintain the new organ in a good state.
Okay.
That's
Okay. Jaskaran Singh ji, I am coming to you. You met athletes from different parts of the world. And I'm sure that because you become very popular there, what's the videos I have seen, the dances and whatnot. Also, have you shared the conditions in other countries about the organ transplants, organ donors, organ recipients, and in comparison to India, what is your views about that? What they felt and what is your opinion? Whether they are having very good infrastructure or medical facilities or lifestyle in comparison to us or not?
No doubt, no doubt. I have. That's why I decided to donate my bone marrow to other person randomly. No doubt, they are better in every. They donate to the person they don't know even. That's why I'm saying na, ki they are better. But in Indian conditions, we have a very bad limitation is there. Na? The rules are very strict. People are willing to donate the kidneys and other organs, but government restrict the rules. Restrict the person to donate the organ.
No, but Mr. Jaskaran,
This is why. Yeah.
even the rules are strict, but still, because we in India, we require strict rules. Otherwise, people will malpractice will start.
Malpractice.
Yeah, people will say, "I am donating," but where it is going, to whom it is going, no records. When today, in spite of all notos, rotos, and sotos, and all the ZTCCs, etc., we have so much infrastructure in place, no doubt about it. But still, the malpractices are going on. So, if government will give more leverage, what is going to happen? Until unless we will educate the people not to misuse it, and that is an ethical thing, which is a moral science which we have to teach from the primary school. That one should be honest, one should not do all these things hanky-panky with the organs.
Sir, honesty is the big rule in India. Na? That's the problem is there. Na?
No,
That's
but
why I
I'd
was
like
saying.
to ask
They,
somebody in the UK where voluntary donations are allowed. Like, how do you rule out the financial aspect? I'm sure, like, there will be people in UK who do it for financial reasons as well.
Well,
So,
no, the strictest rules are that even for transplants, because you're on the register, it's quite freely available. But in terms of where the encouragement is that if you've got somebody who's willing to donate, a relative donating from abroad, all of their costs will be met, right? And even if they're donating, say a living donor from the UK is donating to their loved one, if their cost for after taking time off work, they will be compensated on that basis. That's the monetary value of not losing out. But there is nobody can, because when they go through the transplant process, the interview, the process, interrogation actually rules out any kind of financial irregularities going on. So it's very strict in terms of the process here.
So if I will go there and if I will donate, I want to donate my kidney. I don't know where it will go. They will take out the kidney. Who will bear the expenses of my retrieval of my kidney and my hospital stay? The NHS or I have to bear that cost?
Goswami, go on, Dr. Goswami.
That is certainly taken over by NHS as a whole, because they are in the register. There's a recipient who is on the register. There's a donor who is on the register, and they are not known to each other at all. They might get to know, they might not get to know, because it's a data protection issue. So all put together, there's got to be agreement on both sides that yes, I'm willing to give my information to whoever is going to receive my body part, and whoever is receiving also I might want to know, might not want to know where the organ is coming from. But those things are again very strongly what they call mentioned in the document. The documentation, the paperwork is phenomenally big, so it's not prone to any opening. The only issues come when the organs are not available for a length of time. And that's the time some of the patients make a decision that I might go abroad and get it done. And there are legal and ethical issues involved in it. One among them is to go to, I will not say the country concerned, organ there, and it is on the government's desire to give that organ and can be sold off, usually from prisoners. And they are just given. So I'm aware of, because as a part having done issues was, these were the matters we discussed. That can somebody, suppose you're desperately in need of, say, pancreas or kidney or something like that, you can get it very quickly if you want, because over here you go to wait for a length of time to get that organ. That's number one. Number two, one question I wanted to ask, and I'm not very sure how it will be answered. Immunosuppression, and it's a question to everybody really. Yoga, as well as what you call meditative techniques, are also known to reduce inflammatory markers. There are only 6 or 8 studies which have been done on this field. But how the immunosuppression by itself, you require still drugs for it, but the amount of drugs and other requirement can be reduced if you're using various kind of meditative techniques and yoga. I'm not very sure about it, but I'm just want to ask this question. Anybody knowing anything about it?
Doctor, what you say about this, doctor?
I'm not aware of the science behind it. But in general, after a year, in most organs, you do not require a lot of immunosuppression because your body kind of adapts and starts owning that organ. So that is
No,
there.
but the person, they are taking the steroids, corticosteroids lifelong after the kidney transplant.
So
Are
in,
you
ca-
taking any?
in
Are you taking the medicine now, Jaskaran Singh ji?
No,
Uh,
I'm not. My wife is taking.
yeah,
I'm
I'm
taking
not.
the medicine. I'm taking the medicine. And on the question of Uncle Sir, I would like to reply because I am a Ayush doctor, BAMS, and I would like to say that with the help of yoga, meditation, you can keep away the negativity. And if you keep away the negativity away from your mind, you can your mind is in a state of peace also after surgery also. It is very important, I think, because if you take every time if you are in a tense and in a stressful mood, then the things will are going to be altered also, I think. So in that way, yoga is going to help you to keep you healthy, and you can plan your diet as well with the help of Ayurveda. And further, you can do meditation and yoga.
I
Thank you.
think
Continue.
Ms. Amrita can also give a reply for this. She is also a Ayurveda expert. What you say about this, Amrita ji?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Dr. Anupul, you're very well aware about the research and how much research we require. And they also, I think it also depends upon what kind of immunosuppressants you are taking. It also depends upon the age. It depends upon the status of a human body, in what conditions, what he was suffering from, what were the inline pathologies that he was suffering from. And then the transplantation has been given. And after taking, how is the progression rate and how is he responding to overall things and what is his lifestyle and also the mental status, they all will come together to work on it. And I think a lot of research work is still pending to talk
I,
on this topic about immunosuppressants and the role of yoga, on how the yogasanas and other modalities work on it. Healthy subjects, definitely, we have a lot of data on different things, but still yet miles to go for this thing, which is quite a lot. I would say rather than working on this, it's very important to give the mental health work for individuals, because as well as the caregivers, because caregiver training is utmost important, because that person who is close to that person is the most important person who will be pulling up the chain to let the person live the life and bring him into the same zoom where he was left miles and miles back, actually. So that's
can
very
Can we have a Rotarian Sunil and PK Ratan also on the screen so that we can also interact with them if we have time? I'm sure we have some more time, Amritaji. If we can bring Rotarian Sunil also.
Yeah.
And yes, Rotarian Sunil. Now we were talking about the immunosuppressant and all those things, and you are taking medicines for last almost 14 years.
Yeah.
And you, as you told me once, that you gained the weight because of the corticosteroids which you are taking. What you
Correct.
think, what Dr. Goswami said, whether yoga or meditation would have helped you not to gain the weight or something like that? Can
Yeah.
you
No,
highlight?
I think there's some truth to that because yoga and meditation, for once, give you a lot of self-discipline. To be very honest, right? I mean, lifestyle is the most important thing after transplantation. I keep saying this to many different talks that I've been on in conversations that we consider, okay, you received an organ, so your life has saved. Actually, that's the most incorrect statement. The journey starts after the surgery, right? The surgery is not itself a life-saving thing. It is. It's a big technological field, but what happens in the quality of life and survival rates, that's what's important in terms of success. So I've been taking immunosuppressants for the last 14 years. There is something called donor sensitivity antibodies that the body develops, right? I mean, in fact, you have to be careful. I mean, you don't want to boost your immunity too much because you could reject the organ. So there could be a pro and a con with doing a lot of healthy lifestyle issues, and there has to be monitored very, very closely, by the transplantation team. So I've been very, very fortunate. I live next to Stanford Hospital, which is one of the top transplant centers in the world, and I do get tested on a monthly basis, believe it or not. And I see the transplant team once every 3 months to 6 months. All my labs are fantastic, stable. They're as good as the day my kidney was transplanted. But coming back to immunosuppression, just because there was some inflammation in my body, they gave me prednisone, which actually gains the aids in the weight gain because it is a corticosteroid. But there are other steroids in the body, namely cortisol, which yoga and meditation and all kinds of good lifestyle would help reduce. So I'm sorry for a very lengthy answer on this, but it is something front and center that I live with every day because I do know taking other medications make you more prone to things like cancer and other things, which I have to tell you as my experience, I'm extremely data driven. One of the things that I advocate amongst the transplant patients in the Silicon Valley in California is to be on top. There are a lot of patients that actually do not even take their medications or they run out of refills and they're very lax about it. And then I have to kind of, in the conversation, remind them how important and what life was like before they received a transplant, right? So it's like, our human body, the inertia in our brain is so bad that it takes us back to the old lifestyle. So absolutely, meditation and yoga, I'm a big proponent of it. I myself actually do yoga and meditation once a week. I'm not that good, but once a week I go to a class on Wednesday evenings. So
thank you, Rotarian Sunil Gupta. Dr. Alisha, he mentioned that he is going to Stanford Hospital every month and seeing the transplant team 3 months or 6 months. What is your experiences in Mumbai? The patients who have been, because he's already 14 years back his transplant took place. Whether in India also this type of follow-ups are going on or not?
So the ones in your city obviously do tend to follow up. The ones in the outer places, we do encourage them to keep on sending us the reports and, do follow up as required, as frequently as required. We also carry out a lot of outreach clinics. So each of our consultants, and believe me, it's a huge team. So we do end up going to multiple places. Like we'll go to nodal centers like Nasik or Nagpur, and then we encourage the patients to follow up over there. And we give them the patient information booklets. I mean, I think that is the maximum that can be done.
Okay.
There is some thought of, using artificial intelligence and wearable apps and, all those things to monitor the patients better. But I
Yeah.
think we'll be talking about that 5 years from now.
Okay. Mr. PK Ratan, please unmute yourself.
Yes, sir.
Your kidney, your liver was transplanted, means you got the transplant, I think, again 14 years back. Correct? Are you
Right,
also
sir.
are you also visiting the doctors or the hospitals every month or 3 months? What is your frequency?
Yes, sir. After every 3 months, I used to visit doctor, a hepatologist. But so far as my experience is concerned, I don't think it can be stopped. My doctor tried to put me on very minimal level, but I noticed that he was also worried that you should remain vigil on your LFT. If there will be any changes in the LFT, then you revert back to the team so that we can adjust your dose. But one more episode happened with me during COVID. I got infection. COVID I got. So I immediately approached my team, transplant team. Then Dr. Swain hold my immunosuppressant for a week or 10 days. I was in a fix in such a situation. Rather, in this situation, my immunity is, as General says, it should be boosted. But if I am taking immunosuppressant daily, then I was puzzled what to do. But only help from team was that it can be hold for some time. So that also gave me experience that it cannot be hold permanently. It cannot be stopped.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. N. Kirat Mistry, do you think the pollution, the quality of pollution, or the our day-to-day what we are eating is also one of the very big factor as far as the organ failures are concerned? Because we know in India the pollution is there too much, and now we will see in November is coming shortly what is going to happen in Delhi and other places. Do you think in UK this is also one of the factor, that's why you have less number of organ failures than in comparison to India?
Um, Possibly, but also we also have more obviously the timely support to get treatment because of free of cost is why sometimes it's better, and that's why we see less of people suffering. But on the flip side to that is also we need to understand that it's the challenge is not the pollution. The biggest challenge is the poor lifestyle. That's what's causing the factor of organ failure because of the poor lifestyle, which adds to other complications of other diseases like diabetes, etc.
So what is the major difference between lifestyle of UK and India?
I think India's you have a more healthier lifestyle in the sense people take their lifestyle more seriously because it's ingrained early and they do more exercise, more walking. Here in the UK, people are now seeing that, but people do it more after they've got the condition as opposed to a prevention.
No, but in India, the eating habits are not that good. Here we used to eat sweets after our meals every time. In North India, the conditions are everywhere. I think the sweets is the weakest point here. Plus, as you are saying, the walking is very less because of the pollution. Nobody can walk on. And while in UK and London, I have seen that people used to go to office in by cycling and even walking. Do you think that it also affect our organs?
Yeah, I think if you maintain you start to introduce into your life a way of keeping your organs healthy, then you will see that obviously in India, whether the pollution is there, but there's still opportunities for people to do a lot more meditation. Yoga is more ingrained in the kind of culture of society, as opposed to yeah.
Dr. Alisha, number of patients are increasing or decreasing or stabilized in your hospital about the organs which are coming to you for in last say 1 or 2 years, or after so much kohalla about organ donation happening, and now the government is also doing.
So as I said, the communicable diseases are going down, like viral hepatitis B and viral hepatitis C. You hardly see any cases now after the, strong vaccination and the eradication programs, which the government has strived towards. So what I find surprising is actually India has a better vaccination rate than the foreign countries, where, you can opt out of vaccination, which is very surprising. But saying that the non-communicable diseases means the ones which are caused because of fatty liver, they are definitely going up. So the maximum amount of disease burden is diabetics with a fatty liver or the alcoholic hepatitis patients. And then there are some with genetic conditions or autoimmune diseases, but that is not the major chunk which is there.
Recently, one medicine which is FDA approved for obesity, diabetes, and now the FDA has approved for the liver also, is making news because it has changed the fortune of a country, that is Denmark, and even the US, because there are only two companies which are manufacturing it.
Novo Nordisk.
So Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly.
Eli
Now,
Lilly.
yeah. So do you think by taking that medicine, post operation or pre operation, there will be advantage for the patient can be treated without going for the organ transplant, especially the liver?
Yeah, so actually, we all should be moving towards preventive medicine. And if the disease is picked up early enough, you can, save many patients from going into the cirrhotic phase. Like 10 years back, when people picked up a fatty liver on a sonography, they didn't even pay much attention to it. But now it is well realized that, fatty liver can go and turn into cirrhosis. So there are better methods available to treat it at an early stage. Semaglutide definitely helps. There are marvelous results. It actually has no action on the liver. So the treatment for fatty liver is weight loss and weight loss alone. And that semaglutide does beautifully. But the question is, you will take it for how long? The thing is, you take it for 6 months and then you stop it, and then there's a rebound. So that is actually worse for your body. The yoing of fats, like, increase and decrease, that's not that great. So most of our patients, we try to have like a nutritional clinic, and we ask them to follow up monthly with us and the dietitian, and we try to tell them, you don't really need to lose weight fast. Lose it slowly, lose 1 to 2 kgs per month, but be steady with it. And I think that is what is going to work in the long term. These medicines are a fad, so everybody likes to lose weight rapidly, but then it has to be sustained. So that is the whole thing.
And
Plus,
But
they are
but
very expensive, the
but
medicines.
medicines have to be taken lifelong. Like I am a heart patient, and I am taking my medicine for last 9 years every day. Not a single day I have to miss. So similarly, if I am taking that injection or the tablet, I have to take the lifelong. What is the problem? Yes, right now the rates are very high, but
Yes.
2026, once the
Yeah, there'll
patent
be
will go
generic
from
medicines coming in.
there's so many generic medicine will come. Definitely, it will be a game changer as far as obesity and diabetes are concerned. And that is one of the major factor for the organ failure in India because of the diabetes and obesity. What you say about this, doctor?
True, I agree. I agree that the drug is not without its benefits. But then now, like in the post-marketing studies, there are things coming up like it causing optic neuritis. It's damaging to the eyes. It can worsen gallstones. It can cause pancreatitis. So no drug is without its side effects. The GI side effects are the worst. Like the mechanism by which it acts is it slows down your stomach from emptying. So you tend to feel full all the time. So the nausea and the GI side effects are there, and that is going to worsen because diabetics are already prone to having lot of these motility issues. So it's not without side effects. So what I would say is that if 6 months of diet is not working and you're really obese, then you should take them. Otherwise, the good old Mediterranean diet or even intermittent fasting acts just as well.
Rotarian Sunil Gupta wants to say something on this.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and I've been like a long-term patient, so I appreciate the doctor's comments, and fundamentally the weight loss industry is like trillions of dollars in the world. Okay, I mean, if diet and exercise really just helped everybody, we'd not be talking about this. I think these new drugs are lifestyle drugs. GLP-1 type medications, which semaglutide and trepidozide are. Really affect actually the neural cortex. It's really to be quite honest, I've had it, and it has helped me greatly. There are obviously side effects to anything you put in your body, but the fact that the cravings are just gone. And it's actually helping a lot. It's got studies that it decreases incidence of cancer, the incidences of heart. There's protective heart benefits and things like that. So there are a lot of good things also coming out of new research. So again, thankful to the medical technology. I mean, and appreciate doctors' comments on balancing, side effects with others. But there are people that I've met who are actually taking these drugs, but they don't change their lifestyle, right? They're eating big meals, and they're complaining about acidity and heartburn, and blaming the medication.
Because they feel that once we are taking medicine, why to restrict the diet, rather they overeat. But one more advantage I will say in this is the urge for alcohol goes down. It's my
Correct.
personal experience for this. Okay, so yes, I think Dr. Goswami has raised the hand. Yes, Dr. Goswami.
Yes, Goel sir. What I wanted to say was something a little more might maybe sounding a bit divergent. in reality, we have got so much used to our own tongue and taste that we are often losing direction as to what we should eat and what we should not eat. That's
Right.
number one. Number two is, as I go to the superstores and I look at the things, almost 90% of food are not what they call edible, because they've got so much preservatives and other kind of issues. They are very much against the microbiomes that you are meant to be having the real function of digesting the food. So microbiomes, preservatives, antibiotics in the food, all these factors are major contributors to the type of food that you're eating. And of course, I mean, I don't object to the fact that I enjoy eating my samosas and pakoras and all. But it's a question of what type of oil that you're cooking in. And I would prefer to have good, nice ghee stuff, which is pretty good enough for me. I enjoy that. But the reality is, I think we have got lots of peculiar scientific data which often confuses the people. You talk to even amongst us as doctors, somebody says, no, no, you should never have ghee. I said, and how is your brain going to be working if you don't have the ghee properly? And what you call, so all said and done, there are lots of ups and downs in our scientific literature. And then we have got to be maintaining some sense of, but I tend to go back to what is traditional, conventional, rather than trying to eat only food to enjoy our taste. So we have to go away from our taste factors to such extent that I'm eating food for the purpose of my body and nothing else. I'm not going to say for
Dr.
the
Goswami,
purpose of
but
enjoyment.
the government has a proposal to classify samosa as a banned item. So this is the question of not only the taste, the question of the quality, the product,
Yes.
adulteration. As you mentioned about ghee, how much ghee we are getting, pure ghee in India. The production of the ghee in India is so much that that entire Indian milk is not available to produce that ghee, but these people are eating that pure ghee anyway. So it's a Amrita is seeing to me
Yeah,
that
I want to say something. I align with Dr. Anukul ji. This is really well. In fact, Dr. Anukul, I was just thinking about it because I personally have been taking a lot of workshops with children and schools and other organizations and other stuff about training your taste receptors from the very childhood. And now, very recently, the government of India, we can see Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, been talking about that sugars have to be controlled in the children and how much sugar they must take and how we must let children know about what is kind of a sugar addictions and what all should be stopped, because there's increased rate of childhood obesity as well as increased rate of diabetes as well. But the question is that the food is a very personal thing, which is very closely related to your cultures, the availability of foods, the availability of things around you, and what your families as a tradition have been cooking, preparing, and the flavor is getting adapted by a child. And since childhood, that comes up in your plate actually. But suddenly those things might be good, would have been good in the previous years, but are not good right now as per your present state and lifestyle, what you have been leading. And then secondly, this kind of taste receptor training, which I think every diabetic person whom the doctor says that now nothing can be done, you have to stop this. Okay, don't have mangoes, don't have rasmalai, don't have gulab jamuns. Now, what you have to train is your taste receptors. If not this, then what is the alternative? So this kind of a thing to make people understand, and it is very closely linked with your cognitive abilities. It's very closely linked with your mental health. It's very closely linked with your gut-brain axis, and all these neural signals. An individual, if he or she understands, and we make children aware about it from the very beginning, they will be able to understand what to pick up and when to pick up and how much to pick up. That's also very important, and that's why I think this is very important for us as individuals and the stakeholders of health to bring in public these kind of things, because everything is interrelated. The first thing is the taste, the second thing is your plate, from the plate you go to the planet, from the organs, the diseases, the health burden, and organ donation.
okay,
So,
you have
you.
correlated samosas with organ
Yeah.
donation very nicely. Amrita ji. Yes, I think
I have a
yes,
quick
yes,
point.
yes.
So going back to original question of Dr. Goswami on yoga and meditation. So I have been a practitioner of the Shambhavi Mahamudra, which is a 21-minute practice of Isha Foundation. So that has made a big difference in my recovery during the post-recovery phase after my transplant in terms of coming back to a regular rhythm, both physically and mentally. And I still continue it to the day. The only problem is that when you practice it very regularly, like twice a day, if you do it, it actually enhances your taste buds also. So you have to balance that out. Apart from that, it's made a big difference in terms of your breathing and your overall outlook as well in terms of how you go about your daily routine.
That's a very big kick
That's
you
very
have
good.
given for research. Thank you, Mr. Sandeep,
You
to
should
check whether the mudra
speak to the Isha
test,
Foundation because they are
yeah,
doing a
the
lot of
mudras,
research work
they
as
trigger
well with.
the taste receptors or not is also very important to know. Okay.
Mr.
Yeah,
Kamal,
Rotarian
are you a kidney
yes.
recipient or donor or are you
Kidney recipient. I'm a
yes,
kidney recipient.
now you are talking about a foundation, but the foundation is not in favor of organ donation.
No, Sadhguru has said in favor of organ donation previously, but from my efforts, I'm trying to put that across as well to the core team.
So please send that where he has said in favor of
I will send that
because
to you.
I have a video which is where he has criticized organ donation openly. If you have that video where
he has said in favor of organ donation as well. I can share that with you.
Please
Maybe
send
there
that
is a
video.
timing difference, but he is in favor of organ donation is what
Lal
my
Goyalji,
latest is.
yeah, we would like to have our comments from our lovely Sharon, who is our regular guest contributor, as well as she is herself an icon of, in her own way, where she manages her lifestyle and we visit her pretty often. So, Sharon, global namaste and a very good morning to you.
Global namaste, everyone. Look how beautiful it is here today.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. From the serious organ donation topics, we are coming to the natural environment where the lifestyle is pretty healthy and natural.
Actually, this weekend we have our energy fair, and that's talking about it's a big event here, and we're talking about health and energy in that way, but also natural building and all kinds of and planting food and all of that. So this place, Crestone, Colorado, is a model for healthy lifestyle. We spend a lot of time hiking and growing our own food and many things. But I do want to mention, in terms of the research, that I work with Bill Douglas, who's a contributor here often. And on his website, the Global Transformation Project, he has a lot of research and information about the power of yoga and qigong and tai chi, etc., to help in all situations, situations. And I am so happy to be a part of this program because, as you all know, I finished this film that is really meant to, bring more awareness about lifestyle, about working with your emotions, and so many other things to the world. I feel like working with Bill on the Global Transformation Project to bring yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, meditation, and mindfulness into schools around the world this project will go a long way to helping our children. In this country, in the US, it's appalling what's going on with the children and their health. And they just really need educational projects that are fun, like yoga, like qigong, and learning about lifestyle and learning about eating well. And so I'm just thrilled to be on this program, to be a contributor, because we're all in agreement that this is what we need, and this is really will heal our earth.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sharon. We would like to conclude this episode. I'd like to especially thank Rotarian Lal Goyalji as well as Kirit Mistry, who have been the producers of this episode. A big thanks to all the contributors, Dr. Alicia, Sandeep Ji, Dr. Anupul Goswami, and other contributors for making this episode a real success and for contributing their experiences as well as expertise for the general awareness of the public. We will see each other the next Sunday with new episode on celebration of World Ayurveda Day as we bring Ayurveda experts and how we talk about what is there in line for the wealth of traditional medicine for people and the planet, and the following week with the Navratri dates. So till then, stay tuned, stay happy, healthy, keep eating as I wind up with the Gayatri Mantra. So let's have some prayers, as this is the ultimate reality where we have to come and go. Thank you. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayam. Om Bhurbhuva Swaha Tatsaviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi